All right. Good morning, everybody. I doubt many people are going to come on in the morning because I don't usually come on in the morning. But I'm going to have my coffee and go over the rest of the comparison of the next trip financing to a comparable financing, which some of us are familiar with, which is the finger motion financing. Finger motions financing is typical of many financings out there where uh, the sharks lend money to CEOs and destroy the entire market cap of the company. Now, the laziness and the complicity of the SEC and FINRA means that there's very little information on how they do it. My opinion is that the people at the SEC, FINRA, and elsewhere know exactly what goes on, but they don't care. And so the way to make money is to get a bird dog like Jeff Easton to con a CEO into signing toxic financing. And then there's kickbacks. Can't prove it. So it's just opinion. But there's enough juice in what is essentially legal under your system. There's enough juice in the contract to make some money, but it gets the toad and other funds behind it. And we've seen dozens of companies be destroyed by this exact same procedure. This doesn't bother the SEC. It does not bother FINRA. It doesn't bother your Congress, doesn't bother your wealth advisors or your brokerage firms. Why? Because they make money in the concentration of capital in structured products and in managed money. And so Wall Street has become basically a collection of, I don't know, insurance salesmen. Hey, let's take your money. We'll put it in this product and great. And then they collect a fee on all the money they raised. Because as one of my compatriots told me years ago, you don't know how hard it is to manage money. So you're charging your clients 3% for your excellent management skills. Usually it's less than that now, but not always. So that's per year, by the way. So Wall Street's created a model where decision making, price discovery, and wealth creation is in the hands of a few men. There's the occasional woman like Cathie Wood who's always wrong, always chasing the headlines, but she raises a lot of money in ETFs and other products. But I don't know a single genius decision she ever made. But you don't have to. You just have to somebody just sent me, there's big news on Railtown, but I don't know who that is. I lost my phone in Denver. It's not lost. It was taken. I left it on the train. It was taken. It took the guy. I don't know. Anyway, it's a different environment out there. He's very kind to have held it at his house, and he's going to send it to me after he gets done a tour of baby boomer concerts on the East Coast, which sounds fun, but I don't think I could stand for a 3 or 4 hour concert anymore with my feet. But when he gets home, he's going to mail it to me. He says, I believe him. But in the meantime, I had to get a phone to use. I haven't transferred my contacts because if I return this phone within 14 days, I just pay $55 and I can return it. And anyway, it's Ward who sent it to me that there's big news. So we'll just keep going here, and I'll talk to him after this call, and maybe he'll come on. But my goal here today is to finish up what we were talking about yesterday on toxic financing, and to give you enough of a foundation on next trip's financing with Lynn Partners, with Jeff Easton, who Ham calls the fat, well, you can finish it. It's FF, and it's not, friend. It's a different word. But they took the financing there because Wall Street simply does not provide a market or a product that helps American companies go from idea to friends and family to angel to public markets. That's all gone. It's all in the hands of private equity. And then you, as investors, are asked to invest in ETFs, funds, and managed money. And so the decision making on what has value goes to a handful of men. There are no women up there. None. They have the thrown in women, but it's basically a handful of men. And one way they juice their returns in their big pools of money is this kind of slaughter of market caps. You've seen it in ZJYL, MTEN. Now, I don't know about the financings, but you've seen the shorting. The machines are automatic. They're relentless. They never stop. You've seen it in G-Bucks and GDC, in VOCL, in LGIQ, and in whatever collective audiences symbol was. You've seen it in every stock that's been recommended to you, AME and GMC, all of these, every single one of them, they take advantage of you by getting the stock price up. The Benedettos and the Borders of the world sell the stock they've been given to trade. They get out, and then they arrogantly say to you, well, I'll argue it with you. I got out. Why didn't you? Because they have advantages. They know what's going on. You don't. And it's all just, it literally is the last act of companies going out of business. But you look at COSM. Everybody came into that one, which in retrospect, it didn't matter. I mean, you lost your money more quickly in COSM, but you were going to lose your money if you hung on to GTII. So I guess it's just a matter of the Greek CEO. He took $35 million out of the market. I don't know what he has left, but it was toxic financing, and they lied to you. They lied to you. They tell you things like, oh, it's going to change the QSIP. That's going to cause a short squeeze. This is not the case. And what we've done here for the last 3 years at least is learn that the market, I don't know. We use terms like the market is rigged. I'm not sure that we should get into naming it like that, because it leaves us as victims. And the whole goal of what I'm trying to do is saying we don't have to be victims, but we have to recognize that the 15% of the market that's retail, and a much smaller subset of that trades in $5 stocks and below, there are no advantages to trading in those stocks. Now, it doesn't mean, and when I was in Denver, I met 2, if not 3. I've got to go back through my cards. Funds, small funds. One guy had $11 million. And he said, well, you could raise money for me. I said, no, that's not why I'm talking to you. I want to understand what you're doing. But he's going through the micro cap stocks in the North America for oil and gas and for miners. I think the miners are about to start a generational run. And maybe I'll have time to get, there's one guy I follow, he's in London. I don't know, I'd like to have better interviews, but he's been on that subject for a long time, as have I. I never thought Railtown's going to take this long. But again, I'm learning about Canada. I don't know. I can't. They say they lead in everything. Buzz Hive is putting out all this stuff about how Canada is the leader in all manner of inventions, and now they're leading in AI. I don't know how you lead from a circular conference table, and when you have a bunch of consensus meetings, that's not leading. That's just mediocrity. And the United States is headed that way too. And we're not going to turn around. We're headed that way. What took probably 300 years to build will be taken down in 1 or 2 generations of change, of I guess let's not get into I can't change it. It's coming, and it'll be swift. China doesn't have to worry about it. Russia doesn't have to worry about it. Iran doesn't have to worry about it. But thank God for Texas is all I can say. Thank God for Texas, one last state that is getting things done. But anyway, going back to financing, the key of these toxic financings is to completely debilitate the company so that offshore funds out of Canada, funds here in the United States, aggressive pirates can just start selling the stock down while the pumpers get the stock price up, the people that are paid to do it, and they're only interested in doing it until they get their shares sold, usually, and then they're gone on to the next one. And they got the gravelly voice, and they're so important, and they get, and then you guys tell me to get along with them. Well, I don't. It's like Christopher Hitchens says, I don't want to meet in the middle. I don't want to meet in the middle. If somebody can show me that they're not actually on the side of that game, then maybe I'll back down. But your favorite guy over on, he never found Railtown, by the way. He came and attacked me. That's how he found it. Well, guess what? He can make money two ways. One is while the stock's going on and the churning goes on, he can make money from his paymasters. Maybe he's just a good-hearted guy that really has a lot to offer you. I don't know, but he, to me, actions speak louder than image. And when he came and attacked Railtown early on without even understanding what it was, some YouTuber, well, which is all he is, he's a Discorder. Well, the other way he's going to make money is when Railtown goes to 10 or 20 or $30, all of us collectively are going to be, we're going to be a hedge fund. I hope to keep you together, but he's going to come take a bunch of you. He's going to get you out at $1 or $2, and he's got this great idea. Why don't you go into AMC? It's great. It's tired is what it is. It's the same game of keeping you emotional, keeping you chasing, and then using your catalyst, hopefully to drive a meme situation where paymasters up in New York City, Toronto, Boca Raton can just churn tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars out of the junior markets in North America. So let's not stay stuck on that. But yesterday I was comparing Finger Motion's financing to Next Trips. Now I fully expect Finger Motion to announce a reverse split. They may announce, in a dream world, they may announce that they arranged financing to take out the Wydell note, the Artro note, and then that'll come to you like, hey, everything's going to be great. This new CEO is going to raise, I'm making it up, $500 million for Treasury Bitcoin or Treasury whatever coin, and 20% of it's going to go to Finger Motion. Well, that'll all get the stock to $1, maybe 70 cents, and you won't sell. You should sell Finger. Ultimately, you got to ask, why would somebody put up money to buy out that note? Well, they're going to take over most of Finger Motion. Finger Motion will turn into a shell company, and current shareholders will be crammed down to 5 or 10% of the company. Probably 5%. So I would use it as a trading opportunity, but it's a good comparison. Why is the Next Trip financing with Jeff Easton, a man who I think is as low life as can possibly be in life and on Wall Street? Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier and the two Asian women and the guy from Australia and their connections with the Toad. It's all disgusting. But Next Trip turned to Philip Vallier and Jeff Easton for financing. Why? Why do you pull out your credit card at 33% to pay your mortgage, pay your car payment, and pay 1 semester of schooling, when you know that it's 33% and it's going to be a nightmare? I guess with credit cards, it's unsecured, but it's still a nightmare. And the reason is because you're expecting a bonus, or you're expecting your year-end pay to cover it. And that's, I think, what's happened with Next Trip. They've decided for two reasons. One is they have people on their board and backing them that are willing to put up money, but it wasn't ready at that time. they had, like I just said, bonuses or asset sales that are coming. Second reason, um, which, this is where CEOs have to follow the rules, where the Jeff Eastons of the world can, in my opinion, lie with their Cheshire smiles and get away with anything because they got the money, boy. They got the money. So, one reason that was given to me is based on the news that Next Trip has coming for insiders to put up a lot of money at $1.80 would have looked like insider trading on information, and they wanted to delay insiders putting up money until after all a series of news pieces are released. Well, the stock's now $1.35, and I would expect that the machines, these are banks and banks of computers, which are set to algorithmic spreads, and they just churn. They use the dark pool. They never let the trades go off at ask, and they grind it down, and it's all legal. We got to stop treating this as if we're victims. The attorneys over the last 15, 20 years got it to be legal. So why would I feel like Next Trip, and I hammered, and I hopefully I'm hammering it now, but I hammered those guys on Jeff Easton, and they've known him for 7 years, which makes my stomach churn. But Next Trip did get meaningful concessions in the note. And they said in their press release, and they'll say when I have an interview, they do not intend to issue shares. I don't think they can get away from issuing shares. I think there's 1 million in warrants. That's 1 million shares. And I do think that they'll end up issuing at least a third of the notes in stock. So it'll be another 2 million shares. It's possible anyway. So it'll be potentially around 3 million shares that is issued because they didn't get their deep pocketed guys to put up money now. Now, I want to go through the rest of the research I did because there may be a narrow way that won't happen. The warrants are done. 1.1 million shares are issued. That's Jeff Easton gets that. And then the conversion rate. What happens is every month, starting in November, Next Trip will owe $328,000 in cash a month. They have to affirm that they want to pay $328,000 in cash, or automatically that amount of cash is converted into stock at the lowest, either 3 or 5. I've seen 2 different numbers, but let's just say at the average of the lowest, doesn't matter, 3 or 5 trading days over the previous 20. And remember, the machines are always driving it downward. So it's a guaranteed profit, particularly if the fund that's backing the genius of Jeff Easton sells a 20th of the stock for that month every day. The stock goes down, they make a profit. That's the legal part. The illegal part is really pouring on the steam because no one keeps track of it and you can't find anything about it. But when Next Trip gives the notification to this wonderful man, Jeff Easton, that they want to pay in cash, Jeff Easton has 5 days to elect to convert up to 1/3 of that payment into shares. They'll do that every time. So I don't see, we'll keep going. And I intend to ask these guys, I don't see how they get away from not issuing shares. Now, does that mean it's a bad investment? No, I don't think so. I just don't think institutions will buy the stock until NextTrip buys out Jeff Easton. I think doing business with Jeff Easton is like going down to a Russian mafioso type to bail yourself out of gambling debt. It's terrible. But anyway, let's go through it. I think there are meaningful differences in the contract, and I want you to have something in your head when you listen to their interview. The reason I think that NextTrip makes a reasonable investment to focus on is what Richard Marshall said on the last interview when I said, well, is NextTrip a $2 billion company? And he corrected me and he compared it to Fora, which was $1 billion. And we discussed that a little bit. But if, I think the company's goal, they only have 15 million shares out now. I think by the time they're finished with Jeff Easton's toxic, it is toxic, it's just less toxic financing. I think they have a goal to get to 20 million. I think by the time they're finished with Jeff Easton, they may have issued maybe 23 million shares. Let's call it 25 million. Well, 25 into $1 billion, if that's a comp, that's $40 a share. We don't have to plan on it going there, but it gives you the magnitude of what the upside can be. But their decision to use Jeff Easton is highly expensive to themselves. But I think they did it. Again, I don't think it's their fault. Wall Street has evolved over time. There just is no financing, and there are no public markets, and there is no price discovery, and there does not exist a single regulator that will go after what Jeff Easton does. Jeff Easton is, well, it's despicable what Jeff Easton provides with all the paperwork and attorneys. But Jeff Easton hides behind, hey, the Securities Act just calls for disclosure. So our job is to see what's disclosed and analyze it. And that's what I want to do here. Let's find out. Let's test the theory that Chris LaCroisiere says here all the time, for example, that they're not going to issue any shares. Well, on the face of it, that's not true, but I don't think it's what he means. They are issuing 1 million shares to Jeff Easton because he's such a great guy for providing the financing. Jeff Easton's probably getting paid by the toad too. That should be disclosed. And that's what, if I were an attorney, I'd try to find out. But they don't even keep records of it. It's all hidden. This needs policy change. And Donald Trump is so busy. He might as well break up with Melania and move in to the house with Sarah and Ben Netanyahu. He's so in love with Benjamin Netanyahu. But as Donald Trump focuses on that catastrophe, he doesn't have time to fix this. Nobody fixes it. And it will not get fixed until the stock markets crash, which unfortunately is probably in our probably in our near future. I'd say maybe we get away with one more year before the markets crash. Anyway, let's go over what is left of examining this. Let's start, we'll just start over, but I'll be much more, we'll start over, but I'll do it quickly just so that we get the grounding from last night. I'm sorry I didn't come on last night. We went to, my sister and I went to dinner, and I didn't get back to, I don't know, 9:15, 9:20. And for me, it was just too much. Anyway, I'm not going to bitch and moan about my situ, but I couldn't do it. So I'm trying to do it this morning, and I hope you forgive me. All right, so let's go through it. Here's the question. What are the differences between the Next Trip deal with Lind Partners and, for example, the finger note that many of us are familiar with? The single biggest difference, the structural difference, is who can elect the the toxic pricing, the formula. And in the finger note, which is Alto, is Wydell, they convert monthly up to $1 million of principal at the lower of 94 cents or 90% of the lowest daily VWAP over the 7 trading days ending on the conversion date. Currently, that gives you, to my memory, a price of around 17 cents. So Alto and their friends can sell the stock above 17 cents and then monthly convert $1 million at 17 cents. And that number will go down, 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 down. So in this case, the holder of the note, in other words, Wydell, sold this to Finger, and the client is Alto. Alto gets the choice. The holder of the note gets the choice. There's the dilution. The choice to dilute belongs to Alto. In the Next Trip note, which is with Lind Partners, the election to do this is given to the maker. The maker is Next Trip. So Next Trip has the choice of 14 payments of $328,000, 571 per month, starting in November. And you can pay that, they can pay that in cash with a 4% premium. That's they can elect to do that. But here's the rub. There's a repayment. There's a choice of paying it in repayment share price, and that belongs to Lind. Now, right now, that's $3.88, but it's not clear from the wording of the document, because Next Trip already converted debt at $1.62, that this 388 hasn't been dropped to 162. It's not clear in the document. And I think it will be clear by the time we go through this morning. But that's what I'm saying at this moment in time leads me to believe there is a risk that they will issue some shares. Not a lot, a few millions, but it's enough to protect the grim reaping that's going on, which explains why the stock's at $1.35, and will probably explain why it goes to $1.25 and maybe lower. But I think those are prices that allow us to build a position. And this is why I'm going to have the interviews. All right, so Lynn's voluntary conversion right is currently, as it's worded, at 388 with no floating alternative. So that's a big difference. It's not a toxic formula. Lind has the right, instead of receiving cash, to get stock for a third of it, but it's at 388. So as long as we can figure out that that repayment share price hasn't gone lower, which is not clear, by the way, on the face of it, this is, in brackets, a safer deal than the finger disaster. So the whole thing in one line. At finger motion, the discount formula, the toxic, backward-looking VWAP formula, is the lender's tool. That's Alto's tool. Remember, this was sold by a guy that worked at FINRA called Wydell. He's as bad as Jeff Easton. But anyway, in my opinion. With Next Trip, it's Next Trip's choice to pay in cash. But then Lind has the choice of saying, I want to do a third of it in stock. Right now, it's at 388 a share. So let's keep our eyes open for whether or not that conversion price has been lowered. Now, this lines up the two deals. Finger is a typical Lind Partners, Wydell, Yorkville, Kramer crap deal over here on the right. On the left is the negotiated Next Trip Lind Global deal, which according to Next Trip, they do not intend to issue any shares under this transaction. And that's the thing we're going to test and see if that's actually possible under what the structure is. It's very complicated. It's intentionally complicated, so retail doesn't read it. They say they've disclosed it, but there's no simple English language summary. You just have to go through it line by line, document by document. And that's what we're trying to do this morning. So under the Next Trip, Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, Hai Lee Kim, and I forget the other woman, under their note that they're so graciously offering, they lend to Next Trip $4.6 million, and then they pay themselves almost $1 million right out of the gate. But that's not enough for the fat person, Jeff Easton. He also wants a formula, he wants collateral, and he wants the ability to drive that down with his buddies and get kickbacks. These are the greediest men on the face of the planet. Same with Wydell, in my judgment. Anyway, here we go. Let's just go down the line. With Next Trip, they lent $4.6 million, Lind Partners did, and Next Trip received, I think you're going to find out, about $3.6 million, although here it says $3.88 million. Essentially, an $800,000 to $1 million haircut just for the fat slovenly offices of Lind Global. There is a fixed price on the conversion of 388, and it's at the holder's option only. So in other words, it's up to Lind Global to say, we'd rather take stock at 388. So that doesn't look at much like a threat when the stock's $1.35. There's a floating formula, and here it states it, 90% of the average of 5 lowest VWAPs for 20 days. Right there, the company is signing its own collapsing stock price. Why? Because there's no institution that will buy stock when they don't know what the denominator will be. And so this turns on the machines. That's just a fact. Now, who elects here is the maker. That's a big difference. NTRP elects. They elect to make the cash payment, and then that triggers the conversion right of Lind Global at 388. There's no floor price, but I find that meaningless. These stocks all go down to pennies anyway. There is a prepayment clause that's beautiful. It's basically at par. It's basically at par. There is a share-free exit possible, which is 14 cash payments. Of course, you got to pay a premium. So it brings your payment to 4.78 million. You're paying a premium on the 4.6 million, and you only got 3.88 million. So it's costing you almost $1 million for this financing, because it made more sense than asking deep pockets to do it. It's very expensive financing. And then there is a lane to refinancing, which is on essentially on any new offering, as long as the money at settlement goes to Lind, that's your way out. There's also up to 8 million in exempt headroom as per the stock purchase agreement. And so that is a way out. But what I would bring your attention to is the monthly, where is it? The monthly payments, which start in November. To the extent that they don't refinance by November, Lind has the right to convert a third at 388 a share. And so the question comes, is that 388 already lowered to 162 because NTRP converted debt owed to insiders and men on the board into stock at $1.62 in the last couple of months? We gotta figure that out. There is a key man clause, so the computer's wrong here. Now, going down finger, same thing. Wydell booked $1 million almost off the top. It doesn't all go to Wydell. It goes to Alto. It goes to whomever. But that original issue discount is the cost of doing business with this Russian mafiosi lender of money. There's a term for those kind of lenders. That's all this is. This is scummy lending. But under finger, the fixed price ostensibly is 94 cents, but that's not correct. The holder takes it lower. It's already lower. It's already lower. It's around 18 cents, maybe 17 cents. And it's based on 90% of the lowest one day VWAP over the previous 7 days. And who makes this choice is Wydell's client, Alto or iTunes. That's a significant difference, because the heat is on from the shyster lender. There's another term for these kind of lenders. that you go get money and the VIG starts and it accumulates at 2% a day. Anyway, you see about them in the movies. I can't think of the name right now. So the floor price is 20% of the NASDAQ minimum, which is 94 cents. What's 20% of 94? Well, it's around 18 cents. And it resets every 6 months. There is a prepayment over the first 4 months at 115% of the face value. Well, it's already been out a month or two, so we'll see if somebody from Dorado Beach comes in and takes over the company. It'll just become a shell, in my opinion, at that point. The refinancing lane. So any placement under the Weidel finger deal, 30% of any monies raised goes to Alto. Alto also has a 2-year right of participation. And I really don't know what a VRT ban is. Variable rate transaction. It's probably more about doing any deal in China, but I don't know what VRT stands for. There is Keyman. We've already experienced it. If Shen leaves, they approve who comes in. And they've got this glorious woman that can handle anything, as women are able to do. Women can do everything. Somehow for 5,000-6,000 years, men have been in charge, but little did they know that women can do everything. Cash covenant under the next strip deal is 0, but under finger motion, they have to have 500,000 on hand at all times. So what next strip's lawyers actually won in the contract? They have par prepayment. So Lynn's house paper usually carries a buyout multiple, but getting a par payment is valuable in dollar terms. There's no floating alternative on the voluntary conversion. The voluntary belongs to Lynn, and they cannot create a toxic financing out of that voluntary conversion as long as next strip's not in default. Alto's paper lets the holder pick, that's Lynn, pick the better of the two prices every month. Lynn's doesn't allow for that. And there is a complete share-free redemption path, but it requires the cooperation of the fat Jeff Easton. Let's say I'm talking about his fat wallet and I'm not being mean to him because he's such a sensitive guy. I think this requires the cooperation of Lynn Partners, but let's find out what we see as we go. There is a complete share-free redemption path. If Lynn never takes their voluntary election to convert into shares for up to a third, and so if the company can pay 14 consecutive cash elections, they can retire the note for basically $1 million more than they received. And that's in one document in the note. But if you read the other one, it gets a little, we'll go through it. Where the winds are narrower than they look, the par repayment does have a toll gate. I don't know what that means in this sentence, but it does trigger a choice on behalf of Lynn. As soon as next strip indicates to Lind that we want to pay cash, Lind has 5 business days after a prepayment notice to convert up to 1/3 of outstanding principal. Up to 1/3 of outstanding principal. Up to 1/3 of outstanding principal at the lesser of 388 or the repayment share price. So as long as the repayment share price has not been reduced, that, I mean, the company would be glad to accept whatever that works out to, about $2 million at $3.88 a share. But we've got to make sure that that repayment share price hasn't gone down. So the par exit is priced in shares the moment you use it. So it looks like you can get out for cash, but Lind has an immediate ability to say, we want 1/3 of our note in shares. So that's a trap door. We have to see if it stays shut. So if NextTrip is silent, the payment automatically defaults to shares, not cash. The company has to trigger this 5-day count by saying we want to pay cash every month for 14 months. And the share payment requires an effective registration statement. They all require that. The companies need to put up free-to-trade stock at the transfer agent. All of this should be illegal, but the attorneys carefully weave this path around the securities laws, and I think they're all scum too. It's my opinion, of course. And the exchange cap fallback election belongs to Lind. Below roughly $1.80 a share, the allocated 2,982,493 share cap cannot absorb the note. And so at that point, Lind has the right to demand cash. So this can rapidly escalate into hell. And so that's something we have to assess. Is that going to happen? Does management understand what they signed? I think they do. Here's where the Lind paper, the NextTrip paper, is worse than the Finger. There's no floor on the share price. I don't think that matters. Finger's floor will essentially be pennies in November. It'll be a penny, or it'll be 3 pennies. It's not a significant change. They do have, it's a NASDAQ thing. If NextTrip gets down to $12.5 million market cap, that becomes an event of default. And if it stays there for 10 trading days, the company is in deep doo-doo. That's 83.8 a share. 83.8 a share. Well, I think that same 12.5 million market cap event of default exists in the Finger note, but they're highlighting this here as being worse. Maybe it's not an event of default in the Finger note because it's not necessary. They're already destroyed, but it is a NASDAQ issue, which is why Finger will probably do a reverse split to attempt to stay above that. But I think the writing's on the wall in the case of Finger. Then there's a full ratchet, Nurse Ratchet. That means, like, you know, when you're pulling in a tight rope, or I guess on a fishing reel, as you bring it in, there's a ratchet, and that part that you got in stops being loose. In other words, the ratchet means that if the stock price is below 388, the conversion price below 388, that's the ratchet they're talking about. So the ratchet is triggered on any non-exempted issuance below 388, including grants to employees without consideration. So we got to make sure this didn't happen. So total dilution under the Lynn note, that's for next trip, is bound by the 4.6 million face, because the floating price only applies to capped installments. So it's not a positive feedback loop. It isn't self-amplifying, which is really good news for next trip. In the finger motion case, the alto note is self-amplifying. The floor resets every 6 months, and it matures in 12 months anyway. And the holder controls the conversion. So the press release, according to this guy, he's the Frenchman. He's very difficult. He's always heavy-handed. He says the press release was deceptive because there is a gap. It's not a death spiral like finger motion, but according to the Frenchman here, the track to use to not have shares issued won't be the one that Lynn Partners uses. And it doesn't even mention, the press release doesn't even mention the track that Lynn Partners will use. Well, let's see if that's true. Let's just go through it. So there's no flow. We went through those three things. I guess in the Lynn note, there's also debtor in possession financing, right of first refusal. There's a change of control, which is a default if you just negotiate change of control. And there's a reverse split covenant. Total dilution under the Lynn note is bound. We already went through that. So if Next Trip pays in cash every month, do they get away? Can they escape these clauses? In 2 cases, they can. In the third, they cannot. So let's first look at which 2 they, by making monthly payments in cash, which 2 of these clauses do they escape? And then insiders, raising money from insiders is irrelevant. It's not inside or not inside. It's just raising the money. There's a certain exempted securities list in the securities purchase agreement. We'll have to go through that. So the first point, that if they make monthly payments, they can escape. It's there's no floor on the share repayment price. It's 90% of the average of 5 lowest daily VWAPs during the 20 days prior to the payment date. In the finger case, it's weak, as we've already talked about. So NextRip has no price slide breaker. The only thing that halts share issuance is the share exchange cap at right around 3 million shares. And that binds without shareholder approval. And when it does, any remaining outstanding balance under this note may be repaid in cash at the request of the holder. So, in other words, if the stock price gets below 83 cents a share, they're going to issue 3 million shares of stock, and they're going to have to come up with cash. It ain't pretty. So here's some arithmetic here. At $1 a share for NextRip, each $328,000 installment would consume 365,000 shares if Lind converted to shares. Or at 50 cents, it would be 730,000 shares. Nothing in the instrument intervenes until the cap is exhausted. But if you elect to pay cash, this gets disarmed. The repayment share price only prices repayment shares. Cash is 1.04x regardless of where the stock trades. So the key here is as long as the conversion price is 388, if the stock's trading at 135, Lind isn't going to convert at 388. So cash payment gets rid of that risk. But that's a big thing we got to track. And then the 12.5 million for 10 consecutive trading days market cap. That's 82.9 cents a share. So there's a mandatory default at 120% of the outstanding principal earned on the day of the default. So they can't let their stock price go to 83 cents a share. So what does that mean to you? That's what the computers are going to try to do on behalf of the fat, slovenly, greedy Jeff Easton. That's where they're going to try to take the price. So we got to find out what are the plans that NextRip has to avoid that scenario. Because if they can get it to 83, just under 83 cents, well, more accurately, if they can get it to under $12.5 million market cap for 10 straight days, it's a mandatory default at 120% of outstanding principal earned on the day of default. And then Lind can demand from time to time all or a portion of the outstanding principal amount to be converted at the lower of whatever the conversion price is at that time, and 85% of the average 3 lowest daily VWAPs. That's where the 3 days comes in, is when there's a default over the previous 20 days. So if I had to predict where the machines want to take NextRip's price, it's 82 cents a share. And we're going to have to ask in the interview, how is that going to be avoided? Anyway, that doesn't live in section 1.3. The maker's cash election governs the monthly payments. An event of default moves the instrument out of that section of the document. So the cash path has a trapdoor, and this is the trapdoor. And there's a couple of other triggers there that I'm sure, well, I'm not sure they could happen, but it's not worth getting bogged down in right now. And then the full ratchet, they can't get away from this one apparently, except for exempted securities. So we got to learn the definition of exempted securities, and it's coming. In the event the maker shall at any time or from time to time after the closing date issue or sell any additional shares of common stock at an effective price per share that is less than the conversion price, then in effect or without consideration, then the conversion price upon each such issuance shall be reduced to a price equal to the consideration paid per share for such additional shares of common stock. So in other words, the 388 per share might have been reduced by giving shares to the directors in exchange for their debt. Read that carefully. Reduced to the price paid, not a weighted average, not a broad-based formula, which is good, I think. A single share issued at 50 cents resets the entire 4.6 million note to a conversion of 50 cents. So it's the same with warrants, options, convertibles. And the calculation is made as if the maximum number of shares are created under any of those equivalents. And the conversion price cannot be increased once it's lowered. That fat, greedy, I don't know how he gets CEOs to sign this, but we do know. The stock market's broken. There's no alternative. There's no source of capital in the United States markets, and that's how Wall Street wants it. They want you to walk in the front door of a wealth advisory firm or a brokerage firm, and then they just put your money in, I don't know, a whole life insurance product that invests in BlackRock's latest lease agreements with Oracle. Wall Street is not designed for you or me. Well, we just got to wait for that to come up. There it goes. So 14 cash payments cost about 4.78 million. And Lind has the right to increase to two monthly payments at 750,000. Two monthly payments, not one. Two monthly payments of 750. I've been told that Next Trip has the right for 1 month to move their payment by a month. So I assume the November payment they'll move to December. However, I would imagine Lind will maximize November and December's payments at 750. This Lind is not friendly. And anyone who thinks Lind is smoking their own dope. So Lind has the right to increase two monthly payments to $750,000 each on written notice, quote, due and payable by the maker within 1 day of the receipt of such notice. I don't know why this goes to 780 in cash, except that it might be allocating the 4% to it on 1 day's notice twice. So it's 750 in principal, and you have to pay at 1.04. Maybe that's what that is. Next Trip does not have that money. Not now, it doesn't. So we've got to ask, will it have revenue to cover this worst case, $1.5 million required in December? And we'll have to ask that. Okay. If the company issues any indebtedness or any preferred stock other than exempted securities, so again, we have to look up that definition, which I did. The company will immediately utilize 100% of the proceeds to repay the note, which is, I think that's a pretty good thing. In other words, if you raise money from somebody else, the demand is just to pay off Lind in full. Great, get away from them. That's why there's so many divorces. You know that answer, don't you? Why men lose half of everything in divorce? Why men are willing to pay 50% of what they own in divorce? You know the joke? It's because it's worth it. Well, here's it's worth it in that case. So can you prepay and be finished? The section 12.6 puts the prepayment amount at the outstanding principal times 1x. It's par. But section 1.42 gives Lind 5 business days to convert up to 1/3 of the principal at the lesser of the repayment share price or the conversion price. You buy your way out in cash and shares. So equity is the only lane left, and common equity below 388 trips the 344, which means it lowers the price. So according to the Frenchman, here's the dastardly loop that Lind Partners has set up. To fund the share-free path, Next Trip must issue equity below 388. Issuing equity below 388 resets the conversion price to whatever it just sold stock at. At 162, the note becomes convertible into roughly 2.84 million shares, essentially the entire exchange cap. So funding the cash election arms the ratchet. So the insiders, here's the problem, that this might be a problem here. The insider equity compensation explicitly reaches issuances without consideration, which is what a restricted stock grant is. If plan shares weren't carved out, every vest would reset the note to 0. It's absurd enough that a plan carve out almost certainly exists in the document. And I think that's what my research found. So stay with us. Don't change to a new bat channel. Next Trip's 2026 Equity Incentive Plan was approved by stockholders on April 21 this year, and it predated the July 21 closing date. So it might be okay, is the point. But we got to confirm that. You can't, with Jeff Easton, you can't assume. Jeff Easton is going to screw you every which way he can with a smile on his face, in my opinion. So if insiders put cash in next trip, it's not an exemption to be an insider. The clause in the contract is related only to price, not identity. So if a director of the company bought stock at $2, it would ratchet the stock price in the deal from $3.88 to $2 unless it's exempted somehow. So there's this issue right here, which we don't know if this tripped the wire or not. And it's a question that I have to ask. Salvatore Battinelli. And Jacob Rosenberg. 10 days after the Lind note closed on July 31, 26, so the note closed at the end of July, Next Trip issued almost 90,000 shares at $1.62 to 5 directors: Salvatore Battinelli, Jacob Brunsberg, Dennis Deutsch, Kent Summers, and current director Donald Monaco, in satisfaction of $145,000 worth of unpaid board compensation. And they paid the other half in cash. So the question is, did this lower the price from 388 to 162? And there's only 3 choices. One, that this issuance was qualified as an exempted security under the SBA, or it did cause the ratchet to the lower conversion price of $1.62, or Lind, Jeff Easton, in the kindness of his heart, gave up the greedy extra pennies that he needs to satisfy his lust for every pound of flesh he can get. Again, in my judgment. All right, so we'll check it later. That's just a question that's left hanging for now. So if I asked if an investor were to pay off Lind through Next Trip, no shares issued, no penalty beyond the discount, not quite. There's 4 separate costs. The prepayment is not share free. Prepayment of this note is not share free. Once Next Trip delivers a prepayment notice, Lind has 5 business days to deliver a prepayment conversion notice and convert up to 1/3 of the outstanding principal at the lesser of the repayment share price or the conversion price. So basically, the stock's probably not going over 388 until this note is taken care of, probably. But we also have to check that they aren't going to be in a position where they issue any stock below 388, or they haven't done it already. So that's 1.5 million of the 4.6 million converted at 90% of the average of the 5 lowest VWAPs over the prior 20 trading days. So understand what this says. If there's a prepayment to pay it all off, Lind can say, we want $1.5 million converted at 90% of the lowest 5 VWAPs over the prior 20 days, the average of that. And Lynn will do this every time. Converting at a discount to the market and selling is strictly better than accepting the same dollars in cash at par. And don't you think that beady-eyed, greedy Jeff Easton isn't going to do it every time? That's my description of him. It's my opinion of him. There is no price at which declining is rational for Jeff Easton, the greedy son of a gun. So the realistic model isn't will Lind exercise, it's Lind will exercise in full on day 5. Full is 1/3 of the outstanding principal. So if that employee number is in effect now at $1.62, that's almost 1 million shares on top of the warrants that will be issued, and Lind will do it because they've already sold the stock. Everyone thinks they followed the rules. Well, Lind might, but their client, the toad, doesn't. They've already sold the stock at $1.80 and $1.70 and $1.60 and $1.50 and $1.40 and $1.35. No one wants to believe it, but that's what they do. So a share-free payoff exists only a share-free payoff exists only if Lind waives section 1.4.2 in writing. What are the odds that Jeff and Philip Valier and Hai Lee Kim are going to waive this? What are the odds? Zero. In my judgment. It's not going to be waived. But maybe Lind will take the cash today versus 14 months of amortization risk. I doubt it, because they're 14 months. They can just churn a profit that's an enormous annualized return. But, maybe they'll negotiate it. But don't count on it. Do not count on Jeff Lind signing that. So it's only with a waiver. So prepayments only can happen after the registration statement is declared effective. And I don't know, I assume that's either happened or it's going to happen shortly. Or the shares are resaleable under Reg 144, Rule 144. In the United States, that's 6 months without restriction. So Lind doesn't want any risk of holding the stock. Lind does not hold stock. They flip it. They get out. They never take a risk. Ever. In my judgment. So par is on the face value, of course. So it's a real concession that the attorneys got. The prepayment amount is the outstanding par at 1x. So that's a win. But outstanding principal is $4.6 million. And Next Trip received $4 million minus the $120,000 commitment fee. It's a 720,000 embedded cost. I think you're going to find out here shortly it's bigger than that. The first installment on this note isn't due until November 18th. So as of today, the full 4.6 million is outstanding and nothing has been amortized. That's interesting. So there's a bit of a free ride. I think they need to pay it off in November. Now, the warrant does survive. So it's 1,030,000 shares of warrants at 388. That goes to Jeff Easton because he's a great guy. And here's a clause that helps. They can't do any prohibited transaction without just Jeff Easton agreeing to it. Except if this note is paid in full directly with the proceeds of such prohibited transaction and concurrently with the closing thereof. So in other words, they can raise money any way they want to if at the closing it pays off Lind in full. I think that's a pretty good thing. Structuring the incoming money as non-convertible debt or preferred whose proceeds go straight to Lind at closing avoids the ratchet entirely and fits within the Section 4.1F carve-out. So they'll just make sure they do it that way. If an investor is willing to write 4.6 million as a check, buying the note from Lind is the better trade-off. I think I'm going to ask. I think I'm going to ask if an investor buys out at 4.6 million. I'm going to ask, will they overpay? I hope they don't step into the Lind note. I'll ask that. All right, we haven't quite caught up with where I signed off yesterday, but we will right now. So we just went through this, so that's good. Yeah. What are the odds that Lind is going to give away anything for free? We already went over that. And we just went over that. Okay, this is where I left off. So a kind of clean exit today with no waiver would cost $3 million in cash plus 1 million shares and plus 1 million in warrants. I think that's what's going to happen. If you get a waiver from Jeff Easton, you're going to pay 4.6 million in cash, and the 1 million shares of the warrant is issued, and there's 0 shares. But I don't see any way around this right here, the 950,000 shares. But that, I think what's critical here is whether or not the 388 has been lowered. Um, or not. I think that's what we have to figure out. All right, we went over that. So we pulled some of this information. All right, the good news here, I'm trying to give it to you straight as we go. But the good news here, once we pulled the securities purchase agreement, is did the price already ratchet? I asked that up here. And the answer is almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. And the S3 proves it. The prospectus was filed August 19th, 19 days after the $162 director issuance. And the note is presented as being, quote, an initial conversion price of $3.88 per share subject to adjustment. And it registers 2,371,135 conversion shares. So this is good news. Good news. The 388 has not been lowered to $1.62. So that's good news for us. But we're going to ask about it. But it's good news. It hasn't been lowered to 162. So that's something that works in our favor. Had the July 31 issuance ratcheted the price to 162, it would have been more shares. So the conversion price is still 388, signed by the board right here. So that's critical. So the director issuance fell inside the exempted securities. Or a couple of other things. But no, so the answer to my question is no, they haven't lowered the $3.88 price yet. And they don't explain why it didn't happen. So it's a question worth asking Richard Marshall, and I will. They couldn't find the exempted securities definition, so I did. The repayment share price defined is the 5 lowest daily VWAPs during the 20 trading days prior to the payment date. So you mechanically take 20 trading days, the volume weighted average price, rank them, you discard the 15 highest, and you average the remaining 5, and you multiply it by 0.90. It's the average of the bottom quintile. And they'll make sure that that happens. So I asked, if there's 14 cash payments, will Lind convert each time? And the word I used, will it cause a cascading effect downward on the price of the stock? And the answer is no, it won't happen, which is good news. Lind's conversion rate is independent of the payment mechanic. Lind can convert at 388 anytime it likes, anytime at all. All you got to do is call, and I'll be there. But Section 3.1 says any such conversion shall be applied to reduce subsequent monthly payments in reverse chronological order. Conversions eat the schedule from the back. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The greed of just Jeff Easton. You can just see his fingers getting fat. They don't accelerate anything near term. So they do it from the back end of the payments. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. At a $1.40 stock price against a $3.88 strike, Lind will never voluntarily convert. Well, that's true as long as the stock stays there, isn't it? Anytime at all you got to do is call, and I'll be there whenever I want to see you. Conversions in the default, conversions are credited in direct chronological order, beginning with the monthly payment next following. What greedy son of a gun sits and calculates this? Only Jeff Easton. That's Quagmire. I wonder if when you sit negotiating with Jeff Easton, you have to check your wallet as you're walking out of the room to make sure it still has what was in it. Ugh. I guess he doesn't steal. He just discloses, and therefore it's not stealing. So default conversions eat the schedule from the front at 85% of the lowest 3 VWAPs. And it flips in Jeff Easton's favor. So yes, 14 cash payments retired the note with 0 shares issued under it, provided 3 things stand. 1, no event of default. Any single trigger moves you from your election, Lynn's election, and the cash path evaporates. You simply cannot have any single default. 2, no ratchet, which means no issuance of shares below $3.88. So the cash to buy it out has to come from somewhere, which is not discounted equity. And that's a question asked. Will the deep pocket people pay $3.88 a share or better? Or 3, the cash actually exists. $5 million exists. And there's cash available that when Lind bumps 2 installments payable at $780,000 due within 1 day of notice, if that cash exists each of those months, otherwise it's default, or the total exists, well, then you don't have a problem. Doesn't sound very likely. All right. Revenue is the only lane Next Strip has which triggers nothing. It's not the greatest sentence. Operating cash isn't an issuance and it isn't indebtedness. This is the cleanest answer. So we want to check on revenue. Debt, any indebtedness other than permitted indebtedness means the company will immediately use 100% of the proceeds to repay the note. Equity at or above 388. This would be great. This is the elegant answer. An issuance at or above the conversion price triggers nothing at all. Anytime at all. All you got to do is call. But the problem is the arithmetic. The stock closed at $1.40 on August 17th. Raising money at 388 is a hell of a sales job. There is, and it's, you've got to know it, there is a completely safe financing lane, but it's priced at 388 or above, so it's going to be difficult. But I would argue that it might happen. And preferred, we won't bore ourselves with preferred, it's the same story. And then the warrants are 1 million warrants. And the exercise price on the warrants is subject to a full ratchet anti-dilution adjustment in the event the company issues additional shares of common stock or common stock equivalents. Isn't that a beautiful thing? So Jeff Easton has made his strike price go down with every financing. Isn't he special? So the instrument Lind holds is a note whose repayment price is 90% of the lows. Default converts at 85 and 80% of the lows. A $12.5 million market cap triggers these defaults, and the warrant strike price ratchets downward with any cheap financing. Swell. Swell. So whatever price the company is eventually forced to finance additional money at becomes Lind's strike price. What great guys. What great guys. I got to tell you, if I needed money, I would go to Lind Partners. So where'd the $1.62 come from? Two places. The directors did that stock at 162. And I don't know if it's relevant, but they keep using the $1.62 here. If you use $1.40, it means the market cap right now is 21 million. The default trigger on the note is at 12.5 million. If a 41% decline in the stock. The answer is to have cash ready. That's the answer. So prepayment is available only after the earlier of the registration statement being declared effective or the shares being resaleable. We already know that. That gate is close to opening. The S3 was filed August 19th, required filing within 30 days. It must be declared effective no later than roughly October 19th. So it'll happen. On delivery of the prepayment notice, Lind has a 5 business day window to deliver a prepayment conversion. Notice converting up to 1/3 of outstanding principal at the lesser of the repayment share price or the conversion price. Next Trip must then settle within 5 business days of receiving that notice or within 10 business days of its own notice if none arrives. The maker may not deliver a prepayment notice with respect to an outstanding principal amount that is subject to a conversion notice delivered by the holder. So that's dormant. That provision is dormant at 388, but it becomes live once they issue stock at a lower price. So I guess they're not going to issue stock at a lower price. So every dollar raised below 388 to fund the payoff makes the payoff more expensive. All right, so I asked about finger motion here, and this might be about, no, it isn't. Okay, this is about next trip. The mechanical pressure points ahead are dated and knowable. The S3 effectiveness, they registered 3.4 million to become sellable. They have 15 million shares outstanding. There's an October 9th annual meeting. And the first installment is payable around November 18th. And there's 6 million other outstanding warrants in the prospectus. Warrants bring in money. It's not all bad. So nothing has been repriced. I asked that again. So at 388, it's dead. The voluntary conversion, Lynn's not going to do it. If there's a prepayment conversion, lesser of the repayment share price or 388, Lynn will take the $1.15. So that's, Lynn will take it every time. That's something to ask about. So if they do a prepayment conversion, it's the lesser of repayment share price or 388. That's live, 115. By the way, no institution will invest in this while this is out. They'll look at this and they just say, let's stay away from it. They got to take this out. It's shitty financing and they have to take it out. So Lynn takes that every time at $1.15. Default conversion is 85%. That's at $1.10. It's not live now, but it would be. And a delisting conversion is 80%. That's at $1.04. So if they don't take this note out and they don't have clear revenue coming in, stated with meaningful numbers, your stock is heading down to these numbers, 115, 110. But, you know, this is our opportunity. They signed really crappy financing. Our opportunity, it's not as bad as Finger, but it's crappy in the sense that institutions aren't going to buy. So the machinery driving it down will occur. But that gives us a chance to buy if the answers are good to these questions. So that's the situation. Um, it has not been repriced to 140. The conversion price, I asked, it's a fixed contractual term. It changes only if Section 3.4 ratchets it. And the conversion price today is 388. The repayment share price is not a conversion price at all. It's a formula that prices repayment shares if and only if the company elects to pay a monthly installment in stock. So it only happens if the company doesn't pay cash. It recalculates before every payment date. It has never replaced 388 and never will. So the repayment share price is a separate calculation. Right now it'd be $1.15. Obviously the company's not going to choose that. So we got to make sure they have enough cash in December. The market price, $1.40, that's where the stock closed. The $3.88 per share is real, it's intact, and it is the best thing that the attorneys for Next Trip won. It's also the one thing Lind will never do. Lind has 4 channels. One is the 388. They won't do that. Prepayment, default, and delisting, all 3 of those channels price off a discount to recent lows. Only the 4th is 388 a share is fixed. So we've got to make sure they have the cash that the other 3 channels never get chosen by Lind. Never get chosen by Lind. All right, I'm not going to read to you, but I'm going to show them to you. I went through and pulled all of the documents on the Next Trip annual meeting. All of these files. These descriptions of the proposals. Continuing questions. I'm just showing you what I pulled. I'm not going to bore you with reading it. This is something Tony would do. Nobody else pulls documents, only Tony. He's the only one that pulls them. He's the only one. So if you want someone to thoroughly do diligence, go listen to Tony. Don't listen to me. I never pull documents. I just automatically repeat what the pumpers tell me. I'm not a document puller. Tony is. Tony's on your side. Remember that. Always remember that Tony is on your side. It's taking a while to download these. Can't explain it. I can't explain it. I'm so excited. It's not coming. Well, there's one. So I downloaded this for definitions. Obviously, the quicker way to find out about these definitions is just follow Tony, because he looks at filings. He does the due diligence. He's thorough. And if you believe that crap, I've got a bridge in Iran that I can sell you. I'm just showing you what I've downloaded. I downloaded more. It's taking forever. I'm going to skip it from here. And I'm just going to go to the answers. I can't get this darn thing to... I've got to get my Wi-Fi reinstalled, but you gotta do what you got to do. You got to fake it till you make it. All right, let's get the answers here, 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 and here. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Let's take that down, 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 down. Take that down. All right, so I came up here. It's taking a while, sorry. Market's open in half an hour. I'll try to get done by then. Can't promise it, but I'll try to be done by the time the market's open. Okay. There's 10 clauses in what I found, and not one of them was Santa. So an ATM agreement, there's no ratchet. It's uncapped, which I guess is good. So common stock or preferred stock, up to 4 million of gross proceeds, provided the securities are not subject to any price adjustments, pay no dividend or interest, and are not redeemable. And there's non-convertible indebtedness up to 4 million of gross proceeds. So there's an $8 million ceiling that Next Trip can raise money without triggering anything. That's how I read it. So that's a good thing, a very good thing. So they have an exemption of what they can issue, which is shares, RSUs, rights, warrants, or options issued to employees or directors under a plan, agreement, or arrangement approved by a board of directors. That is much broader than a shareholder approved incentive plan. And it's also exempt shares actually issued on exercise or conversion of securities already outstanding at closing, so long as they haven't since been amended to increase the account, decrease the price, or extend the term. I'm sure we don't have to understand that exactly, but I'm sure the wording protects everything the company has already done. So that's good. So here's the correction that the Frenchman is making. Uh, he had originally said that paying cash was self-defeating, that paying 14 cash payments required equity below 388, which then would trip the ratchet, which then allows Lind to be triggered. And the Frenchman admits, I was wrong. So that's good. We have good news here. We have good news here. Nextrip can sell. Nextrip can sell 4 million of plain common stock at any price, including $1.40, and it does not ratchet the conversion price. Full stop. So NextBridge has an exemption to sell $4 million worth of plain common stock at any price. And it does not ratchet the conversion. Full stop. That is huge, huge, huge. So Section 41G, the 100% sweep reaches any indebtedness or preferred stock. It does not mention common stock. So a common equity raise is never swept. This is also great news. Also great news. Common stock's only exposure was the ratchet. And there's a $4 million carve out. This is great news. Also, permitted allowed indebtedness is narrow. Obligations under the transaction documents, debt existing at closing per the disclosure letter, and permitted operating indebtedness. There's no new borrowing capacity here. So any new debt either fits the exceptions there or it gets swept to Lind. So here's the key takeaway of our new due diligence. The 14 cash payments total roughly 4.8 million against $8 million of exempt headroom. Arithmetically, the share-free path is fundable. It is fundable. Council built a real door and put a real key next to it. So this is really good. So we examined the worst case, and then we found out that they can raise $8 million of exempt monies against a payoff of 4.78. So there is, in the documents, the attorneys did create a path for Bill Kirby and Richard Marshall to pay off Lind Partners. But there is a catch. There is a catch. You can't have any price adjustments. And you cannot attach warrant coverage. So a conventional microcap pipe at 140 with a half warrant would put an unexempted common stock equivalent below 388. So they won't be able to do a pipe. Tough, tough. So the exempt lane, you have to sell common all by its own sum with no warrants and no resets and no dividend. That's fine. But then, as Tony would point out, it's a going concern, as if, ooh, he found something and he's helping you out. Ooh. But going concern usually disappears once major revenue comes in. So it's hard stock to place, but if you argue that the large deep pocket insiders own 60% of the company, I don't think it'll be that hard just to place stock to them. So I think the Frenchman is misreading this. I don't think it'll be difficult for Bill Kirby to raise money at $1.40 or at $2 or whatever he needs. The July 31 director shares, you were right to push back on this. The definition resolves this issue in the company's favor. Clause B exempts shares, quote, being issued to employees or directors of the company pursuant to a plan, agreement, or arrangement approved by the board of directors. The July 31 shares settle unpaid amounts under the board of directors compensation policy, and the 8K says the transaction was approved by the disinterested directors and the audit committee. A board compensation policy approved by the board is squarely an arrangement approved by the board of directors. So it's in the wording. The 388 did not get reduced by this $1.62 conversion. So that's good news. We're getting a lot of good news. So Bartonelli, Brunsberg, Deutsch, and Summers are former directors. Only Monaco is current. The clause is present tense. All right. So, I'll leave that to attorneys. I'm sure they worked through that. The Series A preferred is okay. Anyway, let's move on. Let's not get bogged down. It's saying a couple of other things are okay, but let's not get bogged down. So unless waived by Lind, we are required to utilize a portion of the proceeds from certain specified debt or equity transaction and asset sales to repay the outstanding principal amount due under the Lind note. Also, the company will immediately utilize 100% of the proceeds of such issuance to repay this note. A portion and 100% are not the same disclosure. And the VRT ban again. And it is variable rate securities other than issuances pursuant to the ATM. The ATM is the only variable rate lane left open, which the toad can abuse. So this is talking about the shareholders meeting. And I'm going to skip it because the board is recommending 4, and I presume they looked into all issues. So, it's correcting itself. So this is important. We have to correct ourselves. Common equity is swept if the company or subsidiary issues any indebtedness or issues any common stock or preferred stock other than exempted securities. The company will immediately utilize the proceeds of such issuance to repay the note. But it's the exempted securities that saves us. Up to $4 million of gross proceeds, provided that the stock carries no price adjustments, no dividend or interest, and is not redeemable. So it wasn't described accurately, but it's the same effect, good effect to us. Below $4 million on clean terms, there's no ratchet, no sweep of common stock issuance. So you don't want to go above 4 million on that. The carve out is a narrow window, but it's important. Use of proceeds says the money is for working capital and shall not be used to satisfy company debt with three named exemptions: ODK Capital, business loan, and security agreement, June 30, Helena Global Investment Opportunities, Bus Plus One Fund Limited, May 6, 26, and the Donald P. Monaco Insurance Trust, which bars using proceeds to redeem stock other than for the redemption of Series B. The press release said growth capital. Helena is $1 million. That's not growth capital. Monaco, that's not growth capital. And anyway, I'm sure it's all okay. Let's not get bogged down in it. So an event of default occurs if any of the representations or warranties made by the company or any subsidiary or any of its agents, officers, directors, employees, or representatives in any transaction document or public filing are inaccurate, false, or misleading in any material respect. The cure period is 5 business days. So I'm sure they have the attorneys that have gone through this, but you can see that Jeff Easton is going to tighten the noose on any and every situation that he can. All right, 10 minutes. I hope I can finish. I don't know if I can. Oh, this is oil. We're not talking about that today. So, if in Lynn's reasonable opinion, an event of default has occurred or is or may be continuing, Lynn may open an investigation. The company shall cooperate and provide all requested information within 3 business days, and the company shall pay all reasonable costs. Materiality is a real limit, and it's Lynn's call to make. The lender's remedies are key to the accuracy of the borrower's disclosure to its own shareholders. I'm sure they're being careful. Every next trip filing is simultaneously a shareholder communication and a representation to a secured creditor owning an 85% of Lowe's conversion right. Lynn shall have no obligation to accept the repayment of the note by the company's issuance of repayment shares. Lynn can refuse stock and demand cash. All right, well, I think I don't think that's unexpected. Lynn's consent is required for any transaction issuing debt, equity, or equity-linked securities priced at a discount to future trading prices. Lynn's consent is required for any transaction issuing anything with a price reset or carve out for warrants that may be repriced by the company. And also with uh, anything with better terms with future transactions. And this includes merchant cash advance arrangements. I guess that's factoring. And any sale assignment or encumbrance on the company's receivables, revenues, or cash flows. I guess that's all um, factoring. They can't go to the factoring market. So no factoring. So they're going to have to turn to their deep-pocketed investors to clean this mess up. I don't know how, with all this complexity, you avoid making a mistake. You've got to have really good attorneys. All right. So the disclosure letter baseline, everything's subordinated to lend except carve outs. 1-800 diagonal lending. That is the Kramers. That's the Kramers. They took money from the Kramers on September 25, October 25, and March 26, and May of 26. Monaco Investment Partners, line of credit. And then they have a loan with FSA Travel, Richard Allen Sanders, and Kerry Kennedy. 4 Kramer notes in 8 months is its own pattern. And you know the Kramers will work with Lind. They're not going to work with the company against Lind. It acknowledges that Lind trades next trade. I'm sure it's all legal. I'm sure it's all legal. All right. We'll keep going. So if Next Trip sells a unit, 1 share plus a warrant, for example, you must strip out the warrant's value before computing the ratchet price. Okay, that's not a big deal. They're not going to issue a warrant. That means that the effective price is low. You got to allow for value of the warrant. So if the equity is sold at $1.40 plus a warrant, whatever the calculation, the ratchet price might be $1.25. I don't think they're going to do it, so it's not worth focusing on. There is the problem of $100,000 lawsuit. There's self-help repossession on default. Ooh. They don't want a default, but let's not get buried in that either. We just read that one. I asked 1800 diagonal is Kurt Kramer. 1-800 diagonal lending is Virginia limited liability. And the SEC brought charges against Kurt Kramer of Jericho, New York, and his wholly owned business Power Up Lending, Geneva Roth Remark Holdings, and 1800 Digital Lending, formerly 6th Street Lending, for operating as unregistered security dealers. The complaint alleged that from at least a year, 2018 through 2023, Kramer and his companies bought convertible securities. It never stops, though. It never stops. It never stops. They get Mark Bazile to settle it. Everybody keeps doing what they do. The SEC dismissed all charges with prejudice. Nothing happens. Next Trip took 4 separate promissory notes from a Kramer entity in 8 months. And those notes hit the priority rules carve out, meaning Lind expressly declined to subordinate them. A NASDAQ listed company drawing repeat small dollar convertible paper from the OTC microcap end of the market 4 times in 8 months, immediately before taking $4 million of first lien secured convertible money from Lind. That's an escalation curve. Kerry Kennedy. I'd be careful. I met Kerry Kennedy once with Teddy, but it was a long time ago. He doesn't remember, and I'm sure she doesn't either. Okay, there's permitted operating indebtedness of $4 million. So they can have ordinary course working capital borrowing up to $4 million, plus trade payables, plus equipment secured debt and intercompany, sitting alongside the separate $8 million of exempted securities headroom under Section 5.7. Monaco Investment Partners that's the guy on the board, a $3 million revolving line. That's well above the 500,000 cross default threshold. It would become an event of default under the Lind note. That's interesting. So let's ask about that. Monaco, $3 million revolver. I think they should just buy this crap out. I think they should come to us. We'll raise some money for them. So if NASDAQ does a minimum bid under $1, that's typical with everyone. It says in the document they're not allowed to sell short the stock. Do you believe that? That shareholder deadline, October 9th. I'm not going to get bogged down in it. Let the attorneys handle that. Okay. I don't need advice from the Frenchman. Yes, I do. I appreciate all of his hard work. I really, really do. I really, really do appreciate his hard work. I really appreciate his hard work. But it's work on my part too. So next trip does have a key man clause. Let's not get, they're not going to, Bill Kirby's going nowhere, so let's not worry about it. Um, a change in the board's composition without Lynn's consent. A successful dissident slate is an event of default. These are risks, but I think they're minor risks. So here's 4 million. Reed Smith is Lynn's counsel. Next Trip paid their bill out of the wire. So net cash is 3.8 million, not the 3.88 million I've been using. So they received 3.83 million versus 4.6. It's a 20% cost. So they're not going to do a VRT. This is saying that the price on a VRT, there's a calculation to lower the Lynn warrant, but they're not going to do it. So let's not get caught up in it. Let's not get caught up in these. Let's not get caught up in this. But I did go through them. There's nothing that affects us here. So the closing, they actually got 3.492 million. It's Lind. I guess the money was set by Lind. So the company received 3.5 million in cash against a 4.6 million obligation. So the embedded cost is actually, and that's something that I came up with before, and I told you it was 28 to 31 or 32%. Anyway, the embedded cost is $1.1 million. So the actual cost of this money is credit card money at 31.7% of the cash actually received. And Lynn Partners gets a million share warrant. The July 26th headline was Next Trip secures 4.6 million strategic growth capital. No, they got 3.5 million to accelerate expansion. I'm sure they got approval of that from Jeff Easton before they did it. Subhead, flexible financing provides growth capital while allowing company to repay principal and interest entirely in cash without requiring share issuances. I don't think that's true. They must have gotten approval from Jeff Easton before they put that out. I don't think they're intentionally misleading. I just don't think it's true. Okay, only 5 more to go. I pulled a lot of documents. I'm not showing you all of them. I just want to end this so then we can have our call. All right, this is about finger motion. And these are the calendar for finger motion. This is finger motion. Late August, early September, we'll get a filing. August 31, the registration rights agreement. That's about now. There'll be a proxy mailing on the 5th of September about. There'll be a 10Q October 1. There'll be a special meeting October 6th. November 2nd is 90 days from Martin Shed's August 4 resignation. And then the note matures May 13th, 2027. So supply is going to be a major force in the stock price of finger motion. There's going to be 150 to 200% of the conversion shares on 10 million of face. That will be registered stock that will be sold. Resale quote could potentially have a negative effect on the trading price, unquote, of finger motion. The discount formula is reflexive. Conversion at 90% of the lowest daily VWAP over 7 trading days means each conversion produces more shares at a lower price, and the shares sold set the VWAP for the next conversion. That's not a prediction of a decline. It's the observation that the mechanism has no self-correcting terminology. The 4 resets downward. 20% of the NASDAQ minimum price every 6 months. May notes floor was 81 cents, so 20% of that. And the first reset lands around November. A floor set off a lower reference is a lower floor. And Alto can demand cash, so the company runs a risk, frankly, of being bankrupt. So if approval passes, the share count is going to go up. If it fails, the company's bankrupt probably. So the board recommending for the slate is the better alternative, even though it's all crap. So there's probably will be some sort of announcement with finger motion similar to the past pattern of the CEO. And there are some things on record, Lycan.ai, Blue Flare, the AI computing framing, and 2 press releases. So you'll probably see continued strategic partnership and acquisition news for finger motion, possibly paid in stock, and it might be adjacent, all set counterparties. There's going to be a hype machine to get you to buy finger motion. Um, and you should expect more financing. NASDAQ at roughly 29 cents, the $1 minimum bid on finger motion is the live listing question. If a deficiency notice issues, the standard clock is 180 days plus a possible second 180. A reverse split becomes the likely response. And note that a split resets the floor formula's inputs without changing the economics at all. Delisting is an event of default for finger motion. Suspension of trading on NASDAQ is also one. There are some ways out for finger if they got real revenue in size, if they had a non-toxic financing, DACA conditions being met and 3 million being released, and if Alto does not convert. So the pressure downward on the price of finger motion does not have a natural stopping point. So anyway, let's leave it there. Let me see if there's anything you guys are asking. That's my summary of Next Trip versus the finger motion deal. It's just a deal that we know about. It's Next Trip versus any other deal. And I see some positives there. So I think we're now ready. I'm ready anyway to ask questions of Bill Kirby and Richard Marshall. And you'll have last night's video and this morning's video to go back and listen to and check to see what the risks are in Next Trip and Lynn's financing. But let's go through your questions. Marco Sanchez, I got out of finger. I think that's great. Look, finger could give you a trade. There's no question finger could give you a trade. But are you going to know how to trade it, number one? I doubt it. I'm not picking on you. I didn't know how to trade finger. Your one's emotions get all caught up in it. Oh my gosh, it's going to go. This is the time. And you're listening and you get all that energy from the crowd infects you. You become part of a herd. I just don't know that you would know how to trade it. If you keep finger and you think it could go up 200 or 300%, which is massive, you're only talking about 60 cents. Get out. But the risk you run if your alternative is to invest in Railtown, if you wait for finger to go to 60 cents, Railtown could be $2. If Canada ever gets off its collective let's see how Railtown is trading this morning. Darn it. There we go. I don't know how people use their thumbs. I can't even use my finger. All right, let's go. Railtown's up this morning in Canada. Railtown's up in Canada. Any news? No news. Some gotta win. Some gotta lose. No news on Railtown, but it's up today. Jim, so Marco, I think it's great that you got out of finger. I think a natural place to go is Railtown, and I think over the next months, you'll make back everything you lost in Finger and other stocks. And I also think be set up to make a multiple of return on what you lost in Railtown. Of course, we have to adapt to information, but I think that's your safest speculative play if that's not inconsistent. But I think there's other trades out there. I think Total Metals. I believe NextRip offers an exceptional opportunity for outsized returns. We just got to get those questions answered. But I think NextRip is on the verge of major revenue growth. So that's the opportunity. So when you look at the negatives, that sets up the positives. But you have to look. You can't just go in blindly. So I think those two alternatives make sense. Silver, I think, is going to be an enormous but volatile winner. And I think, if you want to look at a little stock that might have some get up and go, Wiser makes sense too. But the one we've done all the work on is Railtown. We're waiting forever for Canada to do something. And I don't know who built Niagara Falls. Was it Canada or the United States? Oh, that's right. It was nature. Who built anything that works? The bridges, I don't know. Who built the economic engine that runs North America? I don't think it was Canada. And I'm starting to see why. But, the United States is catching up to Canada in wokeness. And I'm pretty sure once AOC is president, I believe the Democrats, soon is a joke. And he didn't pass the Save America Act. So it's really all run by the banks and probably these Black Rocks and, Blue Rocks and don't rock the boat rocks, pools of money. And it's all woke. It's all woke. It's a way of controlling the masses and taking resources. It's the sign of the end of a great financialization, which is also the sign of an end of a military and industrial power, unfortunately. Hi, Jim. Hello, William and all. Marcos. Lost. Man, that's tough to read there. Lost $100,000. Got out at 91 cents. Bravo. So Marcos, let me just suggest to you, I can't give you specific advice, but this is what I would do. You don't say how many shares you had. So I don't know. How many shares you had. But Railtown is now 27 cents. Finger motion, by the way, is 20 cents. So people can't sell finger motion and buy one for one, but you got out at 91 cents. So whatever you owned in finger, if you haven't allocated that money, you could today buy Railtown with, by the way, let me show you. probably without having to wait. I think this breakout right here, we're now at 27 cents. This is real. And I think this for Railtown is something to do with institutional buying. Can't prove it. It's not a lot of volume, but we wouldn't see that volume. But I think the machines see it or recognize it. And I think this is a breakout. So you can, yes, you're paying more. If you bought Railtown right now at 27 cents and you sold at 91 cents, and if you haven't placed that money elsewhere, you're still getting over 3-to-1 shares of Railtown. You're getting, anyway, I'll take this down. But this, I think, is the breakout. Everybody else has been riding this nightmare downward. But I think it's over with, or could be over with. But you sold at 91 cents on Finger. Bravo. That's very hard to do. Very hard to do. And you need to congratulate yourself for doing that, because Finger Motion is now 20 cents. So bravo. Number one, that was brave. It took a deep breath, took courage, but good for you. So now you can buy 3.3-to-1 of your Finger Motion in Railtown. Let's say I don't know what price you would have bought the stock. Let's say you bought it at $5. So let's assume you had 25,000 shares of Finger. I don't know if that's an accurate assumption. But if you had 25,000 shares of Finger and you lost $100,000, number one, that $100,000 has value to you. Against your normal income, it'll take forever to get that benefit. But against capital gains, it's a real benefit. So that's also something to congratulate you. But you can buy over 75,000. It's like 80-some thousand, but let's use, you can buy 75,000 shares of Railtown with that proceeds. If I'm right about 25,000, but let's just 3-to-1, you can buy 75,000 shares of Railtown. So to make back your 100,000 loss, obviously you're putting more money in, right? You're putting $20,000 up, and you lost 100. And it's costing you 20. So to make 120,000 just to get back to even on Railtown, you need a profit of $1.60 a share. So you need the stock to go to $1.90. At $1.90, you'll get what you pay. Well, I put that there, so no, I'm wrong. You need it to go to 160. I put your cost in there. You need it to go to $1.60 to get your money back. And Railtown, I think, the target, once it finally in Canada, if the government can ever announce anything, or TELUS can announce something, or Buzz Hive can announce something, I think Railtown's next uh, target is $5 a share. So by converting your money from Finger into Railtown, I think you have a clean chance to make your losses back. And it's not a short squeeze play. It's not a hypester play. In fact, no one is talking about it. No one is promoting it. There's a guy out there that says, I guess, that the reason the stock is up is because he brought business to him. I don't know if he's actually saying that, but that's what I was told yesterday. So anyway, I congratulate you, Marcos. I really do. And I hope you buy Railtown. I think Railtown is showing you something's going on. I think there will be a series of announcements after Labor Day related to the WSI campaign that started 2 months ago and was announced to get into the SMEs. And then I think all of the buildup of the TELUS, the AI for all, the Canadian government, the Buzz Hive, all of that buildup, there's got to be contracts that are pending. And I think those will come out too. So I think you're going to see boom, 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 real announcements, real targets, but more importantly, the institutions are going to see it. And they're going to be able to model what those revenues going forward are, and they're going to start buying Railtown stock. And I think you have a chance. It's very rare that you can take a loss in a stock like Finger and have an opportunity just sitting there because of the same mechanics, the same mechanisms. You have a stock there ready to go in the transformational industry if you buy into that. But even if we're going to have some sort of reckoning in the big hyperscalers, they all need the technology that Railtown provides. Now, that doesn't mean there's not competition, but the total addressable market is so large that Railtown slice can make a company, and it can make your money back. It can make the other monies you bought Finger trying to make other monies you lost back. It can make those back as well, in my judgment. And actually, if you resist, Tony De Niro will tell you to sell the stock. Please resist that. Unless there is a reason to sell, if you need the money, if you're over leveraged, or if there's something that comes up. Maybe there's a better alternative. Maybe the stock does go to $25 or $35, and then it's a whole different calculation. But just resist the urge to treat this like a day trade and use day trading rules to, quote, manage your money. This is the one that's going to rescue your entire account. And I don't think there's a risk that it's going to zero. And if it goes to 5, there'll be volatility, but it's not going to suddenly disappear in some toxic death spiral. So I think it's a good alternative. I think that applies, and we'll find out more. I haven't been able to get an interview with Corey Brandolini. I'll try. I haven't been able to get an interview with Tyler Thornton at Total Metals. I've tried. But I'm certain I can get an interview with Bill Kirby and Richard Marshall at NextTrip. I think this same reasoning applies to NextTrip, except that I think NextTrip, you're going to have to spend 30 to 60 days watching the stock be under pressure. It may not go down further, but with absent a thunderclap of news, it might be sideways for a while. I think Railtown looks like it's about to go. And Total Metals doesn't show anything in the stock price yet. But as soon as they start drilling on their summer program, which was stalled by the forest fires we all heard about that Donald Trump wanted to charge Canada for, that stock will probably go to 60, 70 cents just on excitement. So I like those two as alternatives as well. But I think the core place you can put your money, Marcos, is Railtown. Fast Eddie, morning. Good morning, Fast Eddie. Unknown Stuntman, good morning, Uncle Bill. Hi, Steve. Jack Hamilton, good morning, Sir William. Driving to work. I'll catch up tonight. Donna M is always nice. Good morning, everyone. What a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Donna. Donna is the leader here. Lest people forget, Donna is the first person that made it a campaign for herself to get to 100,000 shares. And by doing it, she stated the case very simply. She stated that this is the first time in a few years, I think she said, but the first time in many stock commitments that she can buy the stock and sleep at night. And she slowly, steadily got over 100,000 shares. And I think by doing that, she showed leadership, and other people followed, which is good. It's not always bad to be a follower. And so many of you built positions of over 100,000 shares. And I think Donna deserves a strong, if not sole, measure of credit for that accomplishment across our community. So good to see you, Donna. Donna says, hey, Jack Hamilton. I think we've all had some expensive lessons in the last 3 years. Hoping the due diligence on Railtown is the turning point for most of us. Exactly. And what we've done, it doesn't remove risk, Jack. But what we've done is we've done in-depth due diligence on Railtown. And everybody here has done it. And we've taken a cold, hard look at the risks. We've taken a hard look at competition. We've assessed the total addressable market and then tried to assess what part Railtown could have. We've looked at the macro, and we've even tried to look at this so-called bubble in AI. We've tried to take into account the overall market risk of crash. And unfortunately, we ran into the machines. They never quit. The machines never quit. But we also ran into, and I accept the blame for it. I had a lot of urgency on Railtown over a year ago. I didn't make it up. What I think happened in retrospect, let me turn this off so I can lower my voice. What I think happened is that the opportunity that Railtown was going after kept getting bigger and bigger. Unfortunately, the provider of that opportunity is the Canadian government, I think. And I really don't know how Canada ever became a first world nation. I really don't know. It must just be selling resources to the United States, because I don't think they could. I don't know a deadline Canada could make on its own. I don't know a vision they could implement quickly. I don't know anything they could fund on time. But that's the risk we ran right into, is everything took a long time. I thought there was going to be um, quite a few events, particularly around their Microsoft arrangement, but they never happened. And uh, but had they happened, I think we would have, seen $1.50, $3.50, $5, and that would have been a great trade. But because that did not happen, I think Railtown combined its three or four or five projects into one. If I may call it, conductor cloud. I don't know if that's a fair name, but it's possible that Railtown will become the interface with a brand name such as Conductor Cloud that offsets all of the hyperscalers in the United States and provides an alternative to them. Unfortunately, you got to get through Mark Carney and a bunch of committee meetings in Canada. But I think we're about to see that. And the rest of the world has an urgency Canada does not share. So I think the rest of the world will pull Canada into Canada's natural position of leadership. Canada has huge energy resources. It has an empty country. Very few people living in a gigantic country. It has education. It has rule of law. It has security, mostly provided by the United States of America, but some provided by themselves. And it has cold water, cold air. So they can build data centers. They can become a world leader in AI, but someone else is going to have to pull them out of their committee meetings, and that could be uh, the British Empire. It could be Australia. It could be the UK. Um, uh, it could be the United States. It's certainly not going to be Canada. They'll never get anything done on time unless there's a match lit to their rear end. But I think we're at that point. I don't think the attorneys can take any more delays. I don't think the regulators can take any more vacations. And I think things are going to start happening at a clip now for Railtown. But I think I no longer believe that TELUS or the Canadian government can get anything done. I think it's in full display. So I think what is going to be the catalyst might be the other English speaking countries around the world, like Australia, like the UK, like the United States, that actually kick this off. But it could be Buzz Hives, Paraguay, or Sweden. But why Sweden? They speak English. I expect that's where you're going to see the leadership. It could be Germany. They speak English there, by the way, too. So that's where I expect the kick start begins, not Canada. Canadians are culturally unable to hurry. They should all become accountants, attorneys, or gender studies PhDs, or therapists. They should not go into industries that require innovation and leadership and funding and taking risk. One Dagny Talbert against the world, or one Steve Jobs against the world. They don't have the makeup up there in Canada. So I think that's where it's going to come from, Jack. I think you're going to see an announcement, um, maybe out of the United States, maybe out of Australia, maybe out of the UK, maybe out of Sweden, maybe out of Germany, before you see anything from TELUS. I don't expect TELUS to be a catalyst, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe when I give up, that's the time they do it. Jack Hamilton, morning, Donna. C. Kloop. Billy, I love that picture. I love that picture. I love that picture. Good for you. C. Cyclop. Cyclop. I hate to think Ham is dirty in all these plays. I personally don't think Ham is dirty. I think Ham's sincere, but I could be wrong. I'm a gullible guy. Once somebody's my friend, I don't question. I don't look them up. I judge them on my own merits, and I could be wrong. But I don't think Ham is dirty. I think Ham sincerely believes he's fighting the shorts. I think, to quote him inelegantly, I think he thinks that I, William, have my head up my rear end, and then I'm wrong. So we disagree on what we see, but I personally don't think he's dirty. I think, ironically, Cyclop, what you describe is exactly, you could say the same about me. What the machines need is I don't know. Which one's here? All right, finger motions here. It doesn't matter which stock we use. But if we use the bid and the ask on finger motion, according to Yahoo, if we use the bid and ask currently on finger motion, the box is what the algorithms make it, the so-called bona fide market makers. They don't exist. And it's the high frequency traders. You can buy it at 22 cents. By the way, they won't give it to you there. They'll do it in between, because they can argue by giving you the in-between price. They can argue, hey, we're doing our bona fide market making responsibility. So they don't give it to you there. And then the bid is 15 cents. That's wider than Alan Craig's stance, Senator Alan Craig. But that box, all by its own, is headed downward. And it's been that way since that financing came out. And that's when Ham told me I was a blinking idiot. Well, I don't blame Ham. It's hard to accept cold, hard truths sometimes. But when you look at Railtown now, let's just see what Railtown's Yahoo price is. In that finger example I was showing you, what's missing is any buying, any computerized buying. They need retail to get it going up. All right, so Railtown's now 26, down from 27. Last trade 27.2. The bid on Railtown is 2611, and the ask is 2768. And that, of course, they show 55. No, they show 550,000 for sale. That's illegal. It's all a spoof. But here's what I think's happening to Railtown. This buying is real. So now the box on Railtown I'm not going to guess where the box is, but the box on Railtown is moving up in my example. Because I wrote Railtown over here. I should have written it down here. But Railtown, the bid is 26. The ask is 27. This, I think, is being driven by computerized buying by institutions. So this box of computerized selling is recognizing this buying, and they're moving the box upward, the bid and the ask upward. That's why the bid and the ask are going up. Remember, just a week ago, this was down around 22 cents because these computers didn't see any buying. That's what I think's changing here. But in the absence of computerized buying fighting computerized selling, they need retail. They need retail buying to churn. That's what these guys on this side, this is the sell side. They need retail to churn. Now, the buyers would like to buy some stock. They need some volume, but they have a longer term horizon. And this Cyclop is where you can blame him. And you could say that when he rises the stock price, he's just being corrupt and he's dirty. But you know what? My talking about Railtown, our talking about Railtown, our buying of Railtown could be argued to be moving it upward. Although, frankly, I think Railtown is priced up in Canada, and I don't think we had any impact. But in any event, you could use that same argument against me. Well, the only person that knows what I'm doing is me. I question myself about it sometimes, but I know that I'm not working with any shorts. I'm not being paid by shorts. I don't have a deal with Jeff Easton or the Kramers or Benedetto. I don't have any of that. So, however, by my talking about Railtown, our talking about it, we get it up and it gives something for the computers on the sell side to grind downward. That's what they play with. It's what they've played with since November last year. And they make the money every single day. Every single day. Every minute. But I think in the case of Railtown, the reason the box has gone up, it's not going downward, is they recognize some one or two orders over here. That's my guess, because that's a snap out. And we ran out of buying power pretty much. So something's happening. That's how I read Railtown. Finger down. And There's other stocks. Now with Ham, from time to time, he gets some information on a stock. And in fairness on Finger, I did anyway. I had a chance to sell it at 17. I didn't. I think I sold 1,000 shares to buy um, uh, GTII or something, but I didn't sell it at 17. We got greedy. We started believing the short squeeze story. I think Ham's wrong on the short squeeze story, but I didn't know that. I didn't know that until we studied it. I didn't know about Bill Clinton's time frame for the change in the UCC Act. Apparently, his health is fading. Sorry to hear it. But you got to adjust your thinking as you learn more. I don't think Ham's adjusted his thinking, but I don't think that means he's dirty. I think if you listen to Ham, you can make money if you're willing to trade. Realize, you know him. Realize he's going to feed the beast with these big numbers. Of course, that's a difference in opinion. That's where he says I have my head up my rear end. I don't believe the short squeezes come anymore unless there's a unique situation. So if a Finger right now from 20 cents were to go to 50 cents, get out. Don't listen. But I don't know that it's going to. I think or a GDC goes from 80 cents to $8. That's 10x. Take it. Take it. Ham is consistent. He has ideas. He talks about the blow off upside, but just get out at 3x, 4x, 5x. Let him pump it. You dump it. You're not illegal to do that. You're just recognizing a pattern in his sales pitch. Ham at his core is a trader. TRADE. Trade out. He does. He does. I don't know that he's traded out a Finger. I'm not commenting because I don't know. I don't think he has. Having said that, I really believe he thinks that Finger Motion has 300 million shares short and it's going to squeeze. I see no evidence of that. I mean, there may be a short, but I see no evidence of a squeeze. So I don't think Ham's dirty. I think he knows the game pretty well, and you can make money trading his ideas. And if you listen to him, he tells you how to trade. I also think he's always said, take your original money off the table. So I don't think he's dirty. I think the thing is, we got so attuned to the idea of these squeeze plays, and it got in our blood. And then we're feeling victimized. I think both are outliers to how we should treat our accounts. We shouldn't look for squeezes except with maybe a little bit of money. And on the other hand, we shouldn't think we're victims. We should take the lay of the land as it is and try to make money. And I think, for example, with Next Strip, doing something with Lend is doing something with El Diablo, in my opinion. On the other hand, if your attorneys are careful and created something that outsmarts, I don't think it's hard to outsmart Jeff Easton, but I think it's hard to outsmart those hedge fund attorneys that Jeff Easton avails himself of. I think it's very hard. So it's important to look closely at the documents. But I think we're going to make a lot of money in Next Strip. I think we're going to make a lot of money in Total Metals. But I think our foundational investment is Railtown. And I think that's going to change our portfolios. Ham doesn't like Railtown as far as I know. I don't know how he feels about My guess is he's indifferent to total metals, and I don't know how he feels about next trip, but my sense is uh, he's not drawn to stocks that, for example, Chris Lacoisier would support. It's just my sense. So um, I guess these are unique in that sense. I don't think they have support from him. Anyway, that's a long answer. I don't think Ham is dirty. Others have told me he is, but I refuse to believe that. I think Ham is sincerely fighting a market that sucks. And I think the market has been created by attorneys and hedge funds slowly over 20 years to where, or 25 even, to where the market is completely unrecognizable today to what Ham left behind when he left Wall Street. And I think that applies to myself as well. The markets are completely different. So I would say that Ham is doing his best with the tools he knows how to exercise. And I think his work ethic is visible for all to see. He never quits. He never quits. So I don't think he's dirty, but um, everybody should make their own assessment of that. Ronnie Atkins, good morning, William. It's been a while. Hope all's good. You were right. We got screwed in Finger. Well, it doesn't give me any. It doesn't give me any pleasure at all. I lost massively in Finger. I don't think I would have lost everything had I not gone to that movie event on that Friday of option expiry. But in any event, I lost in Finger. Remember some of the disciplines we're learning here. What was Finger's addressable market? Made up. Made up. What did Finger Motion actually do? It sold top-up minutes at less than 3% margin in a highly competitive market. No institution's going to be interested in that. So the two upsides for Finger were these contracts, the C2 contract, the insurances, and the idea of a short squeeze. Well, I think we rode those strategies for long enough, and I think it became clear when they didn't do another financing at $5.50, they didn't believe in the C2 contract. Why didn't they take the money at $5.50 rather than letting the shorts have it? It was pretty clear they didn't have leadership. But the biggest thing is the C2 contract was a big poof. The insurances have never come through. And now China has its own issues, and China is almost uninvestable. So it just doesn't measure up on a fundamental basis. So then you're left with the short squeeze. Well, the lesson to learn with Finger is they never quit. Finger did go to 17. It collapsed all the way back down. It went to 8 or 9. It collapsed down. It went to 5 or 6. It collapsed down, and now it's down. But I think before you assume it's going to go back to these numbers, you have to look at the financing. and see what's going on. They're bringing in the new CEO. The last company, was it called AVAX that she went in on? They brought in a big treasury finance, big drum roll, $300 million. The stock went from 270 to or 240 to 770 in one day. It went up 240% in one day. A year later, it's 65. 6 months later, it's 65 cents. That's what's probably going to happen here with Finger. They'll get it to go up 200 or 300%, maybe 40, 50, 60 cents. But if you're listing, you're going to go, oh my God, it's going to go. This time it's going to go. But by the way, it may not do that at all. Another perfectly plausible scenario is an investor down at Dorado Beach might come in with money, take over the company, cram investors, including himself, down to 5%, but then he's picking up 95% of the company, and then use the offshore investors and this woman to create a new co, and maybe wait for the money to come out of China. I don't know, but there's no fundamental reason to be in Finger Motion. There are gigantic fundamental reasons to be in Railtown, and I think there are generational reasons to get familiar with mining stocks. I think the next 10 or 15 years, that's all anybody's going to talk about. Same with AI. And I think next trip, I think you really have a chance for a $40 to $50 stock over the next year. That's how I see it, but we'll certainly challenge Richard and Bill when we interview them. And I think things like silver and gold, I think gold's headed to 20,000 to create wealth. And then I think it goes to 100,000 to preserve wealth. I think silver goes to 1,000 or 20,000. I think oil's headed to 250 to as high as $500 a barrel. But that's a little bit trickier because there's geopolitical power in play, and the banking system's not going to let that happen if they can. Hence, we're in another endless war that Donald Trump said he wouldn't do, but we're in finally the 7th country that General Wesley Clark told us about in approximately 2004, might have been just before that George W. Bush, who had no business being president, the new American century under Robert Kagan and Victoria Nuland and the other geniuses, they named 7 countries that they were going to spread the new American century and spread democracy as if it were mayonnaise. And the one that hadn't been attacked by Obama, by George W. Bush, by Biden was Iran. And now Netanyahu is so unsatisfied with where he's living and all his neighbors, he's attacking Turkey. Why don't we tell the 6 million hardcore right-wing Israelis that support Netanyahu, hey, we got a safe place for you to live. If you want a desert, we've got 4 or 5 states in the United States. We'll give you as much of the desert as you want. Or if you would prefer, we've got New Jersey, we've got upstate New York, we've got Florida, we've got California. Come to the United States. We have no objection to Israeli immigration here. Come on in. We're good neighbors. We love you here. Come. And then you don't have to attack. If you pick a space in Arizona, you don't have to attack Nevada. You don't have to attack New Mexico. You don't have to attack California. You can just live in peace and build your life. You don't think God can find you on his globe? You think you got to be in this specific desert? Or do you think God can look over all of his creation to find you? Come on to the United States. Let's stop having endless war. We tried it. The United States recognized Israel because a haberdasher got to Truman, and we've backed you ever since. But you're not happy with the land that the UN gave you. You're not happy with the extra land that you were given. You're not happy with the Swiss cheese you've made out of the Palestinian part of Israel, even though you took it all from the Palestinians. You're never happy. And you've obliterated, you've turned Gaza Strip into a wasteland. And now you're going after Lebanon. You've been going after Syria. You'll get into Jordan. You'll get into Saudi Arabia. You'll go after Kuwait. But now you're going after Turkey, and you're having the United States of America attack Iran on your behalf. You're never happy. Haven't we helped you enough? It's obviously not working in the Middle East. Come. We'll accept you with open arms. Come. Create Israel in Montana. God will find you. But instead, we go to these endless wars. And that's going to mean much higher prices for oil. I'm reading an interesting book on the dollar, which actually, here it is, King Dollar by Paul Balustine. It's actually very good, and it makes an argument that the dollar is going to remain strong for a long, long time. The past and future of the world's dominant currency. But the Middle East is going to be a testing ground. And I think it means oil prices are headed a lot higher. Anyway, Ronnie, I'm sorry you got screwed in Finger. I still think there's a chance to get out of Finger at 20 cents. The risk is they get that to trade back to 40 cents. But the problem is, my alternative to you is Railtown, and Railtown could be $1 by the time Finger Motion goes to 40 or 50 cents. There's another company you could go into, which is Wiser, WISR. It's around 5 cents if you're drawn to lower price stocks. I haven't done all the due diligence on it, but my sense of Wiser is it'll go to $1 or $2 or $3 or $4 itself, and that may be a place that you can make your money back. But my strongest conviction is you can't buy 1-for-1 anymore with Finger, but you still can get a good amount of Railtown, and Railtown will perform to make your money back in Finger, in my judgment. And I don't think you have long to wait. I really don't. Harvest and William, is nice to listen in on the way to work versus on the way home for a change. That's great. I like that. Joe Marty, it's already 10:43 and I've got to make so many phone calls. Joe Marty, good morning, William and RT gang. Hi, Joe Marty. Joe Marty. I can't remember when I last updated my RT count. And you know, I owe everybody an updated RT count too. Joe Marty, Accumulating slowly up to, wow, Joe Marty. That's a huge position. 373,680. You go, Joe Marty. Donna and Fidelity is showing 43,000 shares of Railtown has traded in the first 9 minutes. That's awesome, Donna. I don't, for right now, I don't have the service because I can't put it on this phone. But let me look at what um, Yahoo is saying. Um, what I see on Yahoo right now, Donna, 275, no, 1, 2, 3, 2. The bid on Yahoo is for Railtown is 2.75 million shares. 2.75 million shares. The ask is 125,000 shares. Unless my eyesight is really failing me. Let's count it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. The bid on Yahoo is 2,750,000 shares of Railtown at 26.86. The ask is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's 1.25 million at 27.61. My guess is that ask is all spoofing. But I don't think that bid is a spoof. I show volume, Donna, of 41,597 shares. Let's go to the over-the-counter markets. Donna, I think you're picking up on something. I think you're seeing something, Donna. Let's see what the OTC market says for Railtown. Sometimes they give you. Yeah, here's the bid for Railtown. 30,000 shares at 26.99, 29,500 at 26.85, 40,000 at 26.1. They don't show that massive number. That Yahoo does. Let me look what's happening up in Canada. Darn it. Okay, the stock Railtown in Canada is down 1.35%. It's 36.5. The volume is 19,000 shares. Low volume's good. Slight pullback. It's the pause for the cause. They show 30,000 to buy from Anonymous. And the last trade was 500 shares. There's no news, though. No news. But Donna, I think what you're seeing with that kind of volume and with, I don't know if we can trust Yahoo's gigantic number on the bid, but I think that's institutional buying is coming in. I think what we have been looking for a long time is starting to show in Railtown. And I suggested to you before that it would come without us knowing exactly why. And if I'm right, I don't think over with. I think the move, I think you could see 250,000, 500,000 share day with the stock, the U.S. stock going to 32 cents and headed higher. So I think you've picked up on something done. .m now Railtown is showing 58,000 shares. Bravo. Ricky Brogan. Hi, William and RT Crew. Hi, Ricky. Ricky Brogan. Joe Martin. Congratulations. Here's Chris LaQuassier. Hey, Bill, is the interview with Next Trip scheduled? No, it's not. I just finished doing the education, I think, and we're doing it together, of the Lind note, which I think is more complicated than the press release indicated. We did a lot of work on it last night. I started it before I went on my trip to Denver, where I lost my phone. I no longer have contacts, and for 2 days was out of touch. I was also a bit busy on other things. But yesterday, we started analyzing again the Next Trip financing. I had to go, and I got back too late last night. So I started again this morning. I am now satisfied after my effort this morning that I've fully disclosed to everyone here what are the risks and what are the benefits. And I think there are significant benefits in the Next Trip financing. But I think people now have a foundation to understand rather than just glibly accepting that there's no risk in the Lind partnership financing, which I think there is risk in it. But we now have, I've got 2 pages of questions lined up, and I now have the basis to have, I think, a constructive and very positive interview with Bill Kirby and Richard Marshall. My own view, as I've stated, I guess you just joined, is that Next Trip probably has a target of $40 a share over the next year, allowing for extra shares being given to Lind. I do not think it's a cakewalk that Lind Partners will receive no shares. But I think it's safe to say they won't receive many. So I think a $40 target is likely in Next Trip, but I think people have to understand the risk of doing business with the absolutely company destroying firm, CEO destroying, shareholder value destroying, and corporate destroying firm of Lind Partners run by Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier. They are a bane on the financial system. They should be eradicated. They should be put out of business. What they do should be made illegal. And I find both men and their helpers and their hedge funds behind them disgusting. So pardon me for taking the time to examine the risk of Lind's financing, which is real. It is real. However, I do think as long as Lind Partners, as long as Next Trip, who have been putting together their plan over the last 3 years, are engaged now where they're going to get revenues and revenues are going to hit, combined with having the Hiltons and the Monacos ready to give $5 million or $8 million at almost any price to buy out Next Trip, to buy out Lind Partners. And I think they should buy out Lind Partners before November. but certainly by December. But I think they should do it before November. I think they should buy the hell out of this thing. After all the news is announced that might have caused worry that insiders were taking advantage of the price, I think they should make a corporate commitment to buy the whole bloody thing out before November. Otherwise, as it reads right now, it's possible anyway that Lind Partners could convert a third of the owings into stock. The key is the 388 solid? It looks solid. But if the deep money is going to insist, like they always do at Finger, on getting a discount to the current market price, well, that's trouble. But we're going to talk about that. There are some exemptions. If it's a straight plain vanilla stock raise, they can raise up to $4 million at any price, and it doesn't trigger a reduction in the 388. But we'll talk about that on the interview. But I think people now understand what's out there, Chris. Chris LaQuasse, next trip will be the biggest win your followers have ever had from here. 20x possible by spring. Well, let's see. You're a little conservative on my target. I think it could get to, maybe you're saying $35, but I think it could go to $40. So yeah, it could be 20x. I don't agree with you that it's going to be the biggest win. I think Railtown is going to give 20x this year. So I don't see next trip as something that should take away from Railtown. I think it should be something done alongside. But if Railtown were, let's say, in September or October to go to $5, $10, $15, which I think is quite possible, it may make sense at that time if we decide our target is $35 on Railtown, and currently it's at 15, but next trip is $2, it may make sense to rotate some money. But that's all, the markets will take care of that decision as we go. But I think you're exactly right, Chris. If Next Trip has created the technology and has finally acquired, which took a while, the platform that can generate income from travel, number one, and from advertisement, number two, I think they can generate the revenue to buy back the Lind note. And like I say, I think they should do it before the first payment is due in November. But they have a right to extend it by 1 month. So maybe they do it by December. But I guarantee you, if there's any default on the company's part, which could be a poorly written press release, if Lind determines that to be a material misrepresentation, that's a default. It could be that if the stock price goes below, to my memory, 83 cents, that it's below $12.5 million market cap. That's an event of default, and they'll do it. I believe an event of default is going under $1 for 10 consecutive days, and they're gonna pressure the stock price there. I think another event of default is if the company issues anything outside of the exempted securities below 388. It's not an event of default, but it changes the conversion price. There's a couple of other events of default that we just went over that, if they're sued for $100,000 or more, that's an event of default. I think that it's a time bomb. So I think that as soon as Bill has announced whatever important material news he has to announce. He should go to the Hiltons and the Marcos, the Monaco of his orbit and say, you know what, we want to buy out uh, Lynn Partners while our price is still 388 and before any of this other stuff can bite us in the butt. Um, I would find it amazing if an institution were to buy stock in Next Trip before they buy out this loan from Lynn. That's why I'm so adamant. But I believe Next Trip is a $40 or $50 stock if they buy out the Lynn deal. And I think, like I say, just to repeat myself, I think they should plan on buying out the Lynn deal before the first week of November. Chris Lacoisiere, Next Trip CEO, has said on many occasions Expedia and others are aware of what they have, and it will be a buyout north of $2 billion with 20 million shares outstanding. Well, I don't think, Chris, based on the research we just did, that 20 million shares outstanding is guaranteed, because there are events of default in the Lynn note that could expand the number of shares. I don't think by much, but to be safe, I think you use 25 million shares outstanding. Until that note is taken off the table, I think the risk is there'll be 23 million shares outstanding. If you use 25 at 2 billion, still a big number. It's $80 a share, still a big number. But I'm not comfortable saying that after reading and studying the note, Chris, I'm not comfortable saying that the number of shares will only be 20 million shares. I'd like to hear it in an interview from Bill, how he's going to do it. But there are, for example, Lind already can argue that the press release was inaccurate. Now, I think Lind approved that press release because it reflects well on Lind Partners and it generates business for Lind Partners. So I don't think it's a big deal. However, to assume it away is a mistake. There are somewhere between 6 and 10 triggers of default that the company can't control. Trading under 83 cents for 10 days is one of them. Why expose the company to that risk? I get that they did not want to allow insiders to fund the company when insiders know about Expedia or know about Journey TV, because attorneys could accuse the company of insider trading. So that makes sense to me. But once Expedia or Journey TV or whatever else is out there to be announced, I think they should go to the Hiltons, go to the Monacos, go to the Deep Pockets, and buy out Lind. I do not have any good feelings about Jeff Easton or Philip Valier or Hai Lee Kim or the other one. And something Sam. So anyway, I made my point. So let's finish what Chris says. Next Trip CEO has said on many occasions, Expedia and others are aware of what Next Trip has, and it will be a buyout north of $2 billion with 20 million shares outstanding. So that applies $100 a share. Bachelorette came to Journey TV one, and it airs in September. Ricky Brogan, looks like we got a bid on RT. Perhaps a fund is trying to get in. Yes, that's what I think is happening. That's how I read it. And um, the way to tell, Ricky, will be that box from the sellers will move up. It'll move away. It'll stop taking risk. It'll stop doing its job as a market maker. It's all lies. But you'll see 200, 500,000 shares of Railtown cross in a day, maybe more, and the price will be 32 cents, and then it'll be 40 cents. That's when you'll know there's one or two funds in there. Chris LaQuasse, please call Rich as soon as possible. I think you're having phone issues. I think I do. I think I do have that. I don't have my phone. And I did spend money to get another one, but I intend to return this one without damaging it. So the gentleman who found my phone, supposedly found it, he kept it for a couple of days. I don't know what happened. I could track it. It was going all over parts of Denver, and then it went outside of Denver. And I tried to track it down. There's nothing you can do. I had to spend a morning at AT&T and back and forth. And that gentleman, I finally was able to contact him, and he left my phone in Denver while he went to Atlanta, Georgia to, I think, see ZZ Top. And then he's going to New Jersey and New York to see Steve Tyler and to see, he's got 5 or 6 bands he's going to see. And he won't be back to Denver until the 28th. And at that time, he'll send me my phone. If I'm here, I'll accept it and I'll return this phone. But yes, Chris, I am having difficulties with my phone right now. I apologize for it. I don't have Wi-Fi here. I can't afford it. So the automatic contact doesn't happen. All of the preset applications I have in my other phone, I did not put in here, like WeChat and WeApp and FaceTime. I didn't put any of it here. So yes, I am having difficulty with my phones. Joe Marty, I'm not touching NextTrip until Lind is paid off. Well, I'm not sure that's the right approach, but I think until we have an interview with Bill Kirby, I understand it. I also think to buy NextTrip now, unless we get an indication of catalysts, we do have to be prepared for the machines to grind downward. Where I differ, probably with Chris, is that I think, I don't have the picture of the toad here, but Lind is backed up by Anson funds and 3 other funds. They move those prices down. Their first target will be $1. Their next target will be 83 cents. And any announcements that say things like the company expects, or the company anticipates, or the company studies reveal is meaningless to the stock price going up. The only thing that's going to make the stock price go up is the company signed an agreement and it's going to get $1 million. I'm making it up. $1 million of revenue every month for the next year or whatever. That'll make the stock go up because the computers can read that. Otherwise, announcements are meaningless. As long as the Lind deal is in place, the computers have a safe space to crush. And the selling comes outside of the note. There's illegal selling that happens partially approved by Bill Clinton's time frame. So I do think there's risk, Joe Marty, in the price going down. However, I don't have any money, but if I did, I would buy next trip for 3 reasons. I think it's cheap, and I think there could be events over the next 2 or 3 months that make it a $5 or $10 stock, and we don't know when that happens. Secondly, the company has assured me that they are going to take out the Lynn note and that they are not going to issue shares. I believe them. But that doesn't take away my responsibility to look at the note, which I feel like I've just done. And thirdly, we don't know when news could come. We don't know when meaningful news could come. We don't know when institutional buying could come. So I think it's good to establish a position in Nexttrip. I think it's good to learn the story too, because if Railtown moves, for example, and even if Nexttrip goes, I don't think Nexttrip, until the note is gone, I don't think we run the risk that Nexttrip is going to go above $4 a share. But even if Nexttrip were to run to $2 or $3 or $4 a share, I think it's a good buy at that price. That would mean the risk is gone, and the target, I think Chris is right. I think the target could be as much as $2 billion in market cap. I asked Richard Marshall that, and he used $1 billion. Either one's a great number. So it's, if Lynn Partners carves out a few shares on their right to ask for a third, maybe it's 23 million shares outstanding, not 20. That's still a big number. So I think it's worth buying. But I understand. I also don't want you to sacrifice money that you're going to give to Railtown. I really don't. I think Railtown's about to move. Joe Marty, but with that being said, we've done 18 months of due diligence in Railtown. I don't know enough about Nexttrip. Well, that's true, and that's what we're going to keep doing. And these guys are great. They've promised me an interview with Bill Kirby, but then I think Richard will give several interviews. So we'll get to do our due diligence. And the way I figure it, we've got at least 2 or 3 weeks to learn about Nexttrip. The one risk we have is if they have a big announcement that says, and again, I'm making it up, I have no idea, but if they have an announcement that, I don't know, let's pick one. Let's say that Priceline agrees to pay $450,000 a month for advertising. I made that up. But if an announcement like that comes out, you're talking about a new price in Nexttrip. Why? Because the computers will read that as a definitive news, and it will mean that the clauses in the Lynn deal are highly unlikely to ever come into play. Ever. So if they suddenly have 400, 500,000 in revenue defined, they can afford the 330 a month. They can afford the 780 1 month. And Lynn is unlikely to convert at 388. So that's the one thing that I think is an upside here for Nexttrip, is I think there could be meaningful revenue news, which is specific, and it could change the price in a matter of days. So I think that buying the stock at $1.35 with acknowledging the risk that the computers could drive next trip down to $1.25, or try to get it down to $1, or worst case, try to get it to a default at 83 cents. It might happen, but it doesn't change the fundamental story. And even if it gets down to those levels, it just changes how many shares are outstanding, from 20 million to maybe 23 million, maybe 24 million. That's not it's a big percentage change, but it doesn't change the upside story by all that much. If one believes, and I do, that the big pockets at Next Trip can come in and buy out Lynn, you're not talking about a death spiral note. That doesn't exist. You're talking about going from the million shares issued for the warrant, that's a done deal, to maybe issuing 1 to 2 million more shares, or maybe 3 million shares before it all gets bought out. But I think you're going to find out that Bill Kirby has an answer to that, and that he's not going to let it happen. And I think the answer is going to be that, I don't know, a guy on the board like Hilton will come in and pay off Lynn Partners at $3.88 a share, or it's the 4 million carve out at any price in plain vanilla stock offering, with another 4 million they're allowed to raise as a carve out, 8 million in total. That gives them plenty of room to take care of this. So I think there are answers, Joe Marty. I think we have to acknowledge that the computers will grind until that is known. So if you buy it at $1.35, it may go to $1.25. But risk reward, it could also go to $20 as soon as any material specific announcement comes out, and as soon as the Lynn deal is taken out. So risk reward, I think it's actually a very exciting opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about it. I would not be talking about it. But I do think it's my responsibility and yours to do as much due diligence. Lynn Partners are a bunch of, in my judgment, they're a bunch of slime balls. That's my opinion. And you can't trust them as far as, you could throw a softball. You can't trust them as far as you could throw Jeff Easton. But I think the key difference with NextBridge, which frankly, Joe Marty, if Martin Shen had done it with finger motion about a year and a half ago at $5 or $4, if that were tied to ramping up the C2 contract into visible revenues, I think I would have been for it. But it didn't happen. So I think we have to be careful in judging. I think everything Lynn does is scummy. But if you're a guy building a company and you need money quickly, and you've been building it for 6 years, and you're there, you know the revenue's coming, and you have attorneys design it, I think it's plausible that in real estate, you would call it hard money. Hard money is always the worst money. But if you don't have investors' money and the deal's going to get away from you, sometimes you got to take the hard money. So that's what I think happened here. Chris LaCroisier, Rich said $1 billion agent, sorry, it doesn't say dollar. Rich said $1 billion agent platform alone. Rich believes 5 billion with Journey TV, a $5 billion valuation. Wow. Chris LaCroisier, I own 160,000 next trip at 285, and I'm 100% confident 10x this spring. So 2850. Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. I think you're right. But please don't ask me not to examine the Lynn Partnership paper. I don't trust Lynn Partners. I don't trust Jeff Easton. I don't trust Philip Vallier. I don't trust Hai Lee Kim or Sam Koo Wan. I don't trust any of them. Chris LaCroisier, I don't want anyone selling Railtown. I'm buying Railtown. Just watch when the company announces that. Okay, this is for next trip. When the company announces ad for 1 million per month from multiple parties in near term. See, that's the thing. Chris is pointing out, Joe Marty, exactly why to build a little position of next trip. So in other words, if your goal is to buy, I don't know, 5,000 shares of next trip, you buy 1,000 now. As good news comes out, you can add to it, and your cost basis is always lower than your increasing price. But you don't have to buy now. You just have to know the story. So when you recognize when news comes out, you can buy before everybody else understands. And I think Chris has nailed it. If Next Trip announces, I'll quote Chris, if the company announces ad revenue for $1 million per month from multiple parties, that could be from Expedia, it could be from, I'm making these up, Delta Airlines, it could be from Hilton Hotels, it could be from Priceline, it could be from Virgin Atlantic travel. But if the company were to announce specifically, we are receiving $1 million a month in 80% revenue, that changes the stock price overnight. And it doesn't matter that the Lynn deal is out there. All of a sudden, it means that the stock's not going to be 83 cents. All of a sudden, it means it's not going to be $1. All of a sudden, it means that the stock is likely not going to have to raise money under 388, and you have a different price. So I think Chris is correct about that. Near term, Sony vice president on the board of directors bought at $3. So there's a guy that could put money in. Brad Hilton is on the team. Chris LaCroisier, I'm not in Next Trip for a squeeze. That's good. I'm not chasing squeezes, but we have to recognize, Chris, that any of these stories can get into a short-term squeeze situation. Or let's see what you said. But the company pulls the no-bo list every 2 weeks. The longs are close to the company's. Longs close to the company own over the $5 million float, and insiders own the rest restricted. So you could see a squeeze. So that's another reason to buy it. Look, what we just did last night and today, and it's 11:22. I'm going to quit, get off, try to eat something, and I'm going to see if I can contact Bill Kirby. I'll try to set up an interview. But I also want to talk to Ward Richardson. I want to make a couple of other calls. I'm going to go to New York City. I've got some things to do. So I'm probably not going to come back on until 2 or 3 o'clock today. I've got to go. Anyway, I didn't think I was going to go till noon today. But I make no mistake about it. I think Next Trip is an exciting opportunity, and that's what we are doing as our own ragtag hedge fund. We're learning how to do due diligence. Every single stock that's under $5, it's going to have something that you have to go. But that's why it's under $5. Then you got to reasonably understand it, but then you got to look at the upside. And there are stocks out there, and where it's going to show up is in the miners. It's going to show up in oil and gas. It's going to show up, I think, in AI, and it'll show up in disruptive technologies. They use that word, such as next trips. So it will show up. The guy, I forget, somewhere here I have his fund. Maybe it's right here. No, that's a different thing. Anyway, he had $11 million. He told me there are over-the-counter and NASDAQ and Canadian stocks to buy. It's just you got to do your due diligence, and you've got to have a little bit of a longer horizon, because the short-term gains are what punish you. Anyway, with that, I'm going to sign off and get to having something to eat and trying to make some phone calls. I appreciate everybody listening. I'm not worried about Next Trip at all. I just think I would buy out that note as quickly as possible. That's how I see it. But hey, I didn't spend 6 years building the company, so who am I? They don't need my advice. So with that, I'm going to sign off. I'll try to get back to you guys before the market closes this afternoon. So we'll see each other later in the day. Cheers.